Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your on-time for once host, Justin D. Morgan. Wow, look at everyone we have in the chat already. We have Kibbs with Retro. Hey, Kibbs. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. We have Sloopy Malibu. Hey, Sloopy. We have Sorcerer Stan. Hi, Stan. We have Gutbomb. Hi, Jason. We have I80386SX. Hi, Jesse. We have Geek with Social Skills. Hello, Sean. And we have Everything is Broken Garage. Hi, Ryan. We have Starbuck Tech. Hi, Jason. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hi, Jeremy. Yes. Probably surprised you all. Because I went to Harbor Freight and, well, yeah, that was a bust. My local Harbor Freight has already lost all 4 of the tool sets they have in stock based on Retrotech or Die's latest video. Yep, they're all lost. So, yep, I guess I'll be probably ordering one for shipping because until they do inventory, they're going to show for it inventory. Hey, Garth, welcome. Yes. I guess I will announce I have a new Ko-fi goal. We'll see how well it does. To get some shelves. And I have a something I devised that if you want to sponsor an entire shelf, all $105.30 of it, you can give it a G-rated name. This is a family-friendly stream. So, but yes. So if you think I should have a shelf in my basement called Shelfie McShelfface, by all means. Or even jcm-1.com for all your blue scuzzy needs. Yep, that one's G-rated too. Anyways, and you're probably wondering why $105.30. Well, sales tax. Actually, it might be $105.29, but who's counting the penny? All right. So tonight we have some firsts. Do we get to choose what is placed on that sponsored shelf? Well, within reason. I mean, if you tell me that I have to put squawkers on the shelf, well, I don't have squawkers. But if you want to sponsor the Shelf O Max, and the only thing I can put on it is Max, yes, it will be the Shelf O Max. Nice. Is nice rack G-rated enough? Oh, that's kind of pushing it, but maybe. Are you sure you don't have squawkers? Oh, Garth. I might have bees too. Because after all, I have 2 boxes, one of which is right here, and it says probably not bees in Garth's handwriting. And then I have another box over here that I just realized is big enough to hold squawkers. And it is from Garth. Sponsor a shelf and not put anything on it front and center in your streams. Well, actually, the shelves are going back here because of various reasons. Partially because I don't have enough wall space there for the 6 shelves I want to buy. Although I may, well, okay, a couple of them may go there, but really I was going to put them back there. You can't see them on stream for other reasons. But yes, now I'm concerned what is in Garth's box. Because I'm afraid he's going to sponsor a shelf named Squawker's Den. But I'm going to go in order of receipt. So we're going to go for this one here because I did receive this box first. Hi, Eric. All right, so this box really does say probably not bees in Garth's handwriting because this box did come from Garth by way of Gut Bomb. This box had something Garth sent to Gut Bomb, and Gut Bomb reused it. So that is how I have a box, not from Garth, that has probably not bees in Garth's handwriting. And the first thing we have is, a runaway chip. We have some logic chips. I don't remember what those are. Right offhand. And then we have a beehive! No, just kidding. Or so I think. We have an Apple II GS. And that's, yeah, there's probably, oh, paper in the bottom of the box. Okay. I will save that box and its packing materials for humane reuse. Hey, Adam! Yeah, Garth didn't remember sending bees to me recently, but you did send bees to Gut Bomb. I will someday have to run HyperCard on it, but yes, I have an Apple II GS. It is actually in... The exterior looks like it's in decent shape. It's not the Woz edition, but that's okay. I don't remember the elementary school that I went to that had a lab full of Apple II GSs. I don't remember them being Woz editions, so... On the back, we have ports. And let's see if I... Oh. Yes, Gut Bomb says... Oh, hi, Scarlet the Four-Eyed Kudo. Welcome. Let's see. We've got... yeah, Gut Bomb says, fun fact, I also reused the same packing material that Garth sent, and he even sent me a 2GS in that box. So, all right, we have an Apple II GS that is in working condition, I've been told, other than it, the power supply squeals, or squeaks, or something or others. Jeremy said the Woz editions had the inferior ROM 0. Well, I think this one might also have ROM 0. I don't remember what version ROM it has. Anyways, so we've got Apple II GS that I think might have had some rust, because the RF shield has been removed back here. The power supply, it says REFA's replaced, 81423. And all other caps replaced 9/3/2013. Gut Bomb BBB. I guess that might be Garth Beagle. Ah, Adam's asking, what's this computer? Never seen one. Yeah. Yes, it's an Apple II GS. And I don't remember how you take the power supply out. Partially because I've never had an Apple II GS. Geek with social skills. It's a Commodore 64. All right. And, what a relief. The battery, it has been debatteried. It has a memory card. I think this has 2 megabytes of memory on it. And I don't know if that's ROM 0 or ROM 1. It is a 342-0077B. Got a B on it. Maybe that's ROM 1. Oh, Adam said unplug first. Okay. So, yep, clip on the front of the power supply after unplugging it. All right. So we got the standard RAM, we got our sound RAM, we've got our fast RAM, we've got our other components. No battery. That's good. Garth says it's a ROM 1 board. No battery. Well, all the better to not leak. I will probably do something, though, to replace the missing battery at some point. So, yeah. All right. Everything looks like it's in good shape. So, don't see any damage on the motherboard. I mean, there's some rust on the inside of the case, but that's fine. The memory card stayed seated in shipping. Oh, Adam says that memory card holds 256K to 1 megabyte. Oh. Okay, I looked at it wrong. Oh, yep. Okay, that's just a 1 megabyte. That's right. Apple was really, stingy with their memory upgrades. So it's a Dynacomp power supply. Yep, so it has 1.25 megabytes of memory. Yeah, I'll probably get something like Ron's coin cell doodad, or I'll use a oh yeah, I guess Ron's battery holder would fit under the power supply unit, which is good because actually the battery is under the power supply. So yeah, I have on some Macs I have used the Nada Varda replacement, even though it's strictly not needed for a Mac because Macs don't charge the battery. But they are, well, I didn't have Ron's board, and they can be made low profile enough to fit under things. Yes, it's 100% populated. So this Apple II GS is as fully loaded as that card will allow. Option cards not included, battery sold, option cards not included, battery sold separately. Was edition not included. That Adam says that 1 megabyte card filled up was like $500 in 1987. Yeah, that would have been yeah, some luxury upgrade in 1987. All right, so let's do everyone's favorite part of the stream, except me sometimes. Will it boot? Or will it blow up in my face? You can probably tell which version I don't particularly like. It's the same version that I had happen last week when I just nonchalantly jammed an expansion card into a PC motherboard and flipped that switch faster than I could say, you know, that looks like one of those suspicious tantalum capacitors. And that tantalum capacitor repaid me for the favor. I know the WAS thing is way overrated. Oh, hey, Martin. 1 megabyte for just DOS. Oh, we'll do something. We'll do something with it. Yeah. Let's see here. Hopefully it doesn't smoke. All right, so I'm going to have to use the composite because I don't think I have a scaler that will support the Apple IIGS's resolution. I tried to make an offer on one, and, well, it was going to cost too much. I didn't want to spend that much, but I probably will eventually. All right. 240p. Yeah, I know. It's the RGB signal. It's the resolution that it comes out at that's the problem. If you plug in the cable for VGA, it's some weird resolution. That's the one that's weird. The composite signal, though, my scaler should see it as composite. All right, so what I'm going to do, I will, because I learned my lesson last week, that go to table cam after you flip the power switch and wait a moment in case you do have the spicy tantalum. So, fingers crossed. 3, 2, 1. All right, well, we had a donk. There we go. Ah, yes, I remember that screen famously. I don't know that I have the correct adapter. I may, if I can figure out the jumper settings on a Apple or a Macintosh video adapter, it might work. Oh, hey, Joe. Yes, it's an Apple IIGS. Well, it doesn't have a startup device. Let's see if I can't fix that here real quick. All right. Also didn't plug in a keyboard. Yeah, woot. Adam says it's not VGA, it's 15 kilohertz analog RGB. Yeah. Yep, I am quickly seeing the composite. Oh, yep. There's that sound that Gut Bomb said the power supply was making. I will redo it again. All right, if you want to listen closely, it makes the sound when you turn it off. Something tells me it's not supposed to make that chirping noise. All right, let me grab a floppy drive and a ADB keyboard and Oregon Trail. And the reason I'm doing this is because my floppy emu is currently in Mac mode and I don't feel like switching it. I'm probably going to order a second floppy emu soon so that I can have one in Apple II mode and one in Mac mode, because I certainly have enough of both types of computers to make it worth my while to do that. All right. Luckily, just use a 5 1/4 inch drive. Unfortunately, this is not my Mint floppy drive, because my Mint floppy drive is up on the shelf, of course. And if you're wondering why I'm calling it my Mint floppy drive, it's not because the floppy drive is in mint condition. It's because someone drew a green circle with a dry erase marker around the Apple logo. The really cool thing about the Apple IIGS is I can just jam this ADB keyboard in and it'll work, because this is the only ADB keyboard I have. All right. We'll start with, well, actually I grabbed a different disc first. Yes, Joe, the Mint floppy drive came with you. Joe said he gave a bunch of those away that had the Yeah, Joe gave a bunch away that had green around the logo, apparently. Yep, it's all been recapped. Oh, Joe says don't worry about it. Okay, it's been recapped. Were the caps installed backwards? I may double check it. Jeremy's asking, did I say that my floppy emu was in my commode? No, I said it's in Mac mode. It has three. I think there are 3 different firmware images you can run. One is for Apple II mode. Actually, 2 of them are for Apple II modes, I think, and 1 of them is for Macintosh. Or it's the other way around. Anyways, it's currently loaded with the firmware to work on a Macintosh. You cannot use it with an Apple II with the Macintosh firmware. Yes, green is the color of money. Yeah. There are like 3 or 4 caps I did not replace because I forgot to order them. Okay, well, I'll check all the caps. Baseball caps. All right, so anyways, looks like Computer Inspector sees Apple II GS with 1.25 megs of memory. And all those are virtual cards. Cool. So let's see here. Run a RAM memory test. Don't worry, Jeremy. Sometimes I wonder if I do say things like, my floppy emu is in my commode. Yeah, Jeremy, commode is French for toilette. Yes. Adam says that keyboard belongs in a commode. Yeah. Yes, it is like Apple's worst keyboard, but I have an Apple extended keyboard too that has major issues. So yeah, that's why I'm not using it. It has enough issues. I did buy it on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. Yes. I overpaid for it considering its actual condition. The only reason I paid as much as I did is because shipping is usually a killer, and I was already picking up some other stuff from the seller, so I relented. I actually am not sure it's fixable, but I haven't really tried. Yeah, let's see here. Actually, I am thinking of... I'm eventually going to start selling merch, I think, and one thing I'm thinking of doing is getting some of the black caps with my logo on black, because those look pretty cool. All the cool kids seem to be wearing them these days. All right, well, Computer Inspector says this computer works. But now for the real test. I'm going to call this the pepperoni and cheese test. In other words, the Oregon Trail. Oh, Francois says, actually a commode is a piece of furniture with drawers. In France, at least, the meaning might have drifted. Yeah, Justin merged to the list. Yeah, I gotta see, if the place where I want to have them, like, do merch on demand can do those caps. Otherwise, I'll see how much it'll cost to have a small quantity made. I think they'd look cool. Because I see everyone wearing the LTT caps that are black with black stitching, and I'm like, yeah, I can do that too. Mine'll look cooler. Adam says, I bought a computer on eBay last week, and the guy provided a tracking number, but hasn't shipped it yet. I hate that. Well, Adam, I had one worse recently. The seller, like, marked it as shipped without a tracking number within, like, a day or so. So I'm waiting for it to mysteriously show up, thinking they were too cheap to pay for a tracking number, even though most places nowadays you get one for free. And then about a week later, a UPS tracking number is added, and of course, UPS didn't have the package yet, so I'm like, oh. They marked it as shipped immediately to get around eBay telling them to ship the item. And then a week later, they actually handed it off to UPS. I'm like, yeah, this seller's not going to get a great 5-star rating on shipping. They're going to get a 1-star rating. In fact, I'll actually bother to log in, find where eBay moved the leave feedback button and leave them feedback. I think eBay likes to move that link sometimes just to be annoying. Okay, Eric Sedge says, commode in American English is a small cabinet with a towel rack and place for a water pitcher and basin to go on top. And then I guess us Americans are, oh, yeah, okay. And then I guess it eventually turned into another word for toilet because no one uses a small cabinet with a towel rack and a place for a water pitcher and basin to go on top anymore. Hi, Trina. All right, so let's see here. Why am I playing Oregon Trail? It's because this is the game I remember most playing on an Apple II GS in elementary school. And, well, I don't know that I'm going to finish the game, but to be fair, I will start adding players in the order that I see them in the chat. No guarantee that you won't get dysentery or something like that. All right, and let's see here. I'm also probably playing more like I would have in elementary school, where, I don't know. Don't you want to leave, like, as early as possible? Yeah, because we want to get there soon. All right, well, let's go shopping. All right, so we need some oxen. And, all right. Recommends 3 yolks. I'm sure I did that in elementary school. And let's see here, food. And let's see, I'm only the carpenter, so I guess we'll only get the recommended amount of food. And clothing, well, no one wants to freeze, so we'll get the 10 sets he's recommending. And ammunition, let's see here. I don't remember how much ammunition I would have bought back then. I'm like, oh, well, I think 5 boxes is enough. Probably. Spare parts. Because you need to have money left over, right? Oh, hey, SadMac 356. All right. Yeah, I actually have a handheld Oregon Trail too. It's kind of neat. All right. We don't need a copyright strike over Yankee Doodle. All right, so let's see here. Well, I'm pretty sure in elementary school I would have just... All right, thank you. The speaker works, that's good. Oh no, Stan has measles. Wow, we're getting off to a rocky start. All right, I guess we'll try to repair the... Oh no! I was unable to repair the wagon axle. All right, well, wow. This trip is really not going well. All right, we're not going to look around. Let's see here. You must cross the river. It is currently 634 feet across and 5.6 feet deep in the middle. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure that in elementary school, I probably would have attempted to ford the river, not realizing that how deep 5.6 feet is for a wagon. So I guess I will at least just only try to caulk it and float it across. Kibbs is saying, I'm going to die pretty fast, I assume. Well, okay, we didn't lose anybody in the river. That's good. Yeah, this is the version I remember playing. The Apple II version. Which is pretty cool. The handheld version, actually, this is the version of the game that's on the handheld version. Alright, so we're 240 feet across and 3.7 feet deep in the middle. I think we're going to attempt to ford the river. I'm sure as a youngster, I would have probably wondered, well, why aren't we going to Chevy or Dodge the... Oh, no! The river is too deep to ford. You lose 9 sets of clothing, 23 bullets, 2 wagon wheels, and 2 oxen. Wow. Man, this trip is, this trip's not going, Oh, the handheld game runs the Mac version of the software. Okay. You pass a gravesite. Would you like to look closer? Why, of course. Because it's pepperoni and cheese. I put a write protect tab on the disk because I didn't want to accidentally overwrite the pepperoni and cheese grave marker. Yeah, I don't think this crossing's going... I don't think we're going to make it... Oh no, Stan has dysentery. I'm not even sure we're going to make it to Disc 2 at this rate. Severe blizzard, lose 1 day. Oh no! A thief came and stole our last set of clothing. Well, that's going to be embarrassing. Oh no, Sloopy has dysentery. Well, we better look around, because I think we might need to replace some of the lost items. Let's see if we can trade. Oh, okay, well, looks like we don't, can't trade. Maybe we should at least stop to rest for a couple days. Well, our health is very poor, but this live stream's not going to... Yeah, this live stream's not going to go on forever, so... Ox wanders off, lose 1 day. Yeah, I think we're, I don't think this trip is going to go as... Oh! What do you know? We actually did make it to Disc 2. Alright. Oh, we'll look around at Fort Laramie. Gutbomb says, congratulations, you're in Wyoming. Alright, let's see if we can't, buy some supplies. Oh, wait a minute. I should have probably, checked our supplies first. Alright, so we have $280. We have 4 oxen, no clothing. Should probably, yep, 1 wagon wheel. Alright. Alright, well, I don't think we're going to be able to buy more oxen. We don't have enough money. Clothing, $15 per set. Well... And let's see here. We probably ought to buy a wagon wheel. So at least we have 2. And we should probably buy some food because I distinctly remember that I'm bad at hunting. And, well, might as well, There we go. All right, there we go. So now we have 4 oxen, 5 sets of clothing, 2 wagon wheels, 2 axles, 3 tongues, and 910 pounds of food and $10. Ah, hey, Bruce. Well, we're, I and some of our live streaming companions are making the trip down the Oregon Trail, and well, Kibbs is exhausted. And Frank has broken his arm. Yeah, this has been a brutal trip. I think we're going to need to change our rations because we're eating a lot. Adam says buy a Jeep. Yeah. All right, we're going to have to we're at least going to have to change our rations because we're eating too much. All right. Well, at least not go a grueling pace. Kibbs has a broken leg. Wow. Kibbs, you need to be more careful in the and now you've broken your arm too. You need to be really careful on the trail, Kibbs. And we have bad water. I don't think we have time to look around at the South Pass. We should probably head for, well, let's see here. Do we want Fort Green River or Fort... I don't remember which one we want. Actually, I think we want the river crossing, because the fort is the longer distance, I believe. Unfortunately, the game doesn't say how you broke them. Frank has typhoid. Wow. This is... Frank broke his leg. Alright, we'll look around, because I think we need to rest, and, Alright, we're going to stop and rest for a couple days. And then we'll continue on the trail. Drink the Green River, yeah. You must cross the river in order to continue. The river is 400 feet across and 20 feet deep in the middle. I think we're going to have to take a ferry across, because that is really, really deep. Yeah, Jesse says we're losing nerds all over the place. Well, at least I saved a couple dollars for the ferry toll. Garth says just wait till zombies attack. Oh, look at that. There's water right there. And we're going to have to go hunting soon. No, we don't have time to look around. We gotta get to Oregon. Nope, we don't have time to look around. Alright, I should probably go hunting. Alright. Hunt for food. Arrow keys. Spacebar. Alright. Big game, big game, big game. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Ah, man. There we go. Hey! 66 pounds of meat. Hunt for water or coffee. Well, unfortunately, there's no inspect the nebula option. Alright, well... I'll try hunting again. Too many rocks, yeah. Oh, looky there. Even more rocks. And cactuses, and I don't remember how you move the, Alright, well, I guess we'll go on. Alright, we'll see you later, Adam. Oh, we found wild fruit. That's good. We have very little water. And we found wild fruit. Yay! And Kibbs is exhausted. Well, no wonder. We have, and Kibbs has broken another arm. I nailed that cactus, yeah. Alright. Alright. We don't have time to look around. 1,001 feet across and 6.3 feet deep in the middle. How much? 3 sets of clothing. No, I don't think I can afford that. Well, I guess we're gonna have to caulk the river and float it across. Oh. I'm sorry, Kibbs. You drowned in the river. We also lost 1 bullet, 2 wagon wheels, 1 wagon axle, and 8 pounds of food. Yeah. At least we still have clothes. Frank has cholera, and it probably doesn't help that it's probably about time to go hunting again. I made no guarantee we would all make it to Oregon. Thus is the brutality of the Oregon Trail. Well, I sure nailed that rock. Trying to see. Alright. Can you move the character? Return key. Oh, return key. Start or stop walking. Okay. There we go. Would help if I read the instructions. Maybe we could find a rock lobster. There we go. Woo! We got a bear. No use me shoot anything else, because we'll only get to take 200 pounds. Oh, 100 pounds. Alright, well, we better continue. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to try to repair the wagon tongue. Well, we had to replace it with a spare part. At least we had spares. Stan has cholera. Oh, no. And we don't have time to look around. Alright, let's try to repair the wagon wheel. We were unable to repair the wagon wheel. So, somehow... Oh, Stan had something and I hit return at the wrong time. Well, we are going to have to change our food rations because It's kind of easy when the bear walks right into you. Scarlett says, I think Stan is wearing a red Star Trek uniform. All right, well, we'll continue on the trail. At least we have a little bit more food. One of the oxen is injured. Well, broken wagon axle. Would you like to try to repair it? Well, yes. Oh, we were able to repair it. Good. One of the oxen has died. Well, I don't think we're, head for Fort Walla Walla, head for the Dallas. All right, let's see the map. Fort Walla Walla or the Dallas. I think we need to go for the Dallas. Because, Sloopy has dysentery, yeah. Bad water, rough trail. We know. Heavy fog. Inadequate grass. A thief comes during the night and steals 4 sets of clothing. Well, looks like we don't have any clothing again. Oh no, sorry, Sloopy. Sloopy has died. Oh no. Heavy fog. Actually, I should probably check on our situation. Who? So, what do we have? Okay, we have 3 oxen, 1 set of clothing, 60 bullets, no wagon wheels, 1 axle, 2 tongues, 102 pounds of food, and $5. I know. Where are we going to get our retro innovations from? Alright, well, I guess we got to hunt for food again. Probably the worst... Okay, the embarrassing thing is oh. That was embarrassing. My, head was blocking my view of where my character was. Alright, let's try that again. Here we go. I might actually get something now. I should probably play from my preview window and not from the OBS view. I might be a bit more accurate. Jeremy says, it's amazing to think the $450 back then was about $20,000 today. Alright, I'm going to have to wait for something bigger. There we go. Alright, one more hunting round. Oh, well. Apparently, my character is in a position that I... Alright, well, we're gonna go on. Well, Frank's broken his arm. Don't have time for that. We need to get to the Oregon Trail. Alright, well, we're gonna have to float down the Columbia River, because I don't think we have enough for the toll road. It's like the one mini game in the game. So, after the third direction sign, I get to, oh no. Alright, so here's the second direction sign. There we go. Yay! Kim's is saying, I died from breaking 2 arms and a leg and this leader turning our wagon over. Yeah. Congratulations! You have made it to Oregon. Let's see how many points you have received. Well, I got 400 points for 2 people in very poor health, 50 points for 1 wagon, 8 points for 2 oxen, 2 points for 1 spare wagon part, 2 points for 1 set of clothing, no points for having bullets, 5 points for 140 pounds of food, and 1 point for $5 cash, for a total of 468 points. For going as a carpenter, your points are doubled. Ah! Oh, there we go. 936 points. Yay! To see if you qualify for the Oregon Trail Top 10, please flip your diskette to side 1. Garth says, Willamette Valley has some very nice Pinot Noir. Although with $5, I don't know if I'm going to be able to buy a bottle. Garth says, lol, $5 and 2 people barely alive. So, oh man. I had 936 points, and the bottom position is 937 points. So I don't qualify for the top 10. Oh, of course I have the Right Protect tab on the disc anyways, so. Joe says I usually died at the first river. Yes, I know, Jeremy, the banker's better. 1 point short, yep. All right, so thank you again for, got bombed for the... Oh, hey, Steve! Steve says, flip disc over to see how much your medical bills will be. Yeah. Well, I lost 3 people on that trip, Steve. What's lower than Greenhorn? I don't think my party probably thinks very high of me. All right. Yeah, good work, everyone. Thank you, Gut Bomb, for this Apple II GS. I will definitely enjoy it. I'm glad we could have a little fun with Oregon Trail on this stream, but there's more things to be had. Because I'm sure Garth at some point would like me to open the box he remembers sending me. Because this Apple II GS was in the box he didn't remember sending to me because he didn't send it to me. Brown, Jeremy says, brown horn. Yeah. All right. Eric Sedge says, now run HyperCard. Well, I'll have to download HyperCard to run it. All right. Let me put this floppy drive somewhere where it will be safe. i.e. nowhere close to the workbench. All right, we'll put the lid back on the Apple II GS. Woohoo! Steve says, what is this nonsense of actually using computers and not just cursing at them as we solder wires to them? Oh, just wait, Steve. Just wait. So anyway, Apple IIgs. The Apple IIgs was the first computer I ever used. So that's how this is one of my firsts that we explored. And Oregon Trail is one of the first games, if not the first game I played on the Apple IIgs. I mean, it might have been Number Munchers, but who's counting at that point? It was an MECC title. Okay. There is something loose in the Apple IIgs now. Let me see what it is so that I don't Oh, I bet it's one of those metal clips or something. Okay. I'll deal with it later. All right. So, next up, because Steve thinks that it's no fun to be able to play things on a working computer. Steve's thinking he's making some joke, but little does he know what the condition of this item is in. All right, so this actually came from Garth. And I'm, like, somewhat sure it doesn't have squawkers in it. But, you know, I'm not completely sure. And it does have squawkers in it, after all. All right. So what do I have here? Well, I got squawkers. I have a Macintosh 2CI logic board. Steve says, tag, you're it. Does Steve recognize this board potentially? Yeah. Edge says, it's not wrapped in a jumper at least, yeah. No, it's a Macintosh 2CI that is, it has had the surface mount capacitors removed, but there is some trace damage on it. So, not going to just power this thing up and see if it works. I think the trace damage is around the battery circuit. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I zooming in with the camcorder? I've got the technology to Ooh. Yeah, that Sad Mac 356 says, well, at least it's not a 840 AV. Alright, Garth says, for the record, I removed the caps, didn't do much cleanup. It needs some trace repairs and likely repairs around the startup circuit. Otherwise, I got it off the free pallet VCF Midwest. Ah, well, thanks for passing it along. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to try to repair it tonight because I did want to I wanted to unbox this tonight. If we get past the main item I wanted to work on, then we'll come back and I'll start to look at this board in a bit more detail. But yep, I can already see here, based on a quick observation, and I will get a pointy object. So it does look like we got, well, that's not very pointy. There we go. That's a little more pointy. So it does look like we have a bit of trace rot there. And yep, I bet that's some more rotted trace there. Ew. And look at those green meanies. Bonus points if anyone recognizes what sci-fi show that comment's from. Yeah, yep. Ooh, those green meanies right there. Oh, Retro Tech or Die is here. Hey, Mike. You know, I stopped by Harbor Freight, and sadly, my local Harbor Freight has lost all 4 of the toolkits they show us having in stock. So I'm probably going to have to order a toolkit from harborfreight.com if I want one anytime soon. Because otherwise, we'll probably have to wait for them to actually do inventory to discover that, yes, indeed, they have lost the 4 kits. Something tells me that they might have walked out the door. I found where they should have been on the shelf. And they checked the back for me. Well, assuming they actually checked the back. It is possible they didn't actually check the back. Oh, hey, Ian. Yes, this is quite green. Well, this is what happens when surface mount electrolytics leak. Ew. Yeah, that one right there is... Let's see. Well, this... Yeah, this will be quite the board to look at later. So, Ian, how are you doing? Take it you're probably doing... Well... You're here. That's good. Yep, this board will require some lovely trace repair, so I kind of zoomed out a little bit. Yeah, do go check out Retro Tech or Die's video. And then if you have been having your eyes on an iFixit toolkit, but kind of would like something a bit more affordable, because maybe you're bad about losing bits and pieces. Maybe because you want to get multiple sets because, I don't know, you want to have a backup set, or you want to keep one somewhere else in your house, or maybe you just want a backup set and are on a budget. Good to hear you're doing a lot better. So, yeah, I tried to stop by Harbor Freight and, well, they've lost 4 sets. So, anyways, so thank you again for Garth for pulling this off the free pile and then thinking of me, because you might have remembered that I have been trying to get my 2CI into an operable state, and an operable logic board has been the problem. So, alright. Oh, hey, K-Mac. Oh yeah, Jeremy says, pumpkin pie season is coming upon us in the USA. Yes. Anyways, I wanted to unbox this because it's a lot easier, I found, to unbox things than to try to make videos about unboxing them. So until I catch up on my unboxing videos, I probably am going to go to unboxing things on streams. I thought I would do this one tonight because the 2CI is the computer that I was using when I registered my first domain name. So, yes, I was trying to restore the Apple 2CI, or Macintosh 2CI, for the 23rd anniversary of my domain name, and, well, I'm a bit late on that, so. Oh, cool. I'll try to check out when you show that off, Ian. So yeah, oh, thanks Trina for sharing that video. I'm pretty sure I can restore this, yes. In fact, actually, I did notice, although now that I'm actually trying to figure out where I put it, I actually do have a 2CI cap kit. So as soon as I fix the traces around the power circuit, I should be able to Gutbama says, lol, that's quite the stretch for a first. Well, I never said they were all good firsts. Some of them are a bit tenuous, but anyways. Yeah. So that is a 2CI logic board, and it'll need some work. I will, I did want to do something else tonight because it was actually the first idea I had. Because this was actually sent after I came up with the idea for the stream. So if we have time, I may actually take a look at the traces that need to be repaired. But I wasn't intending to primarily do trace repairs because you all know if I start repairing traces on this board, it will be midnight and then I'll be lamenting that I did not get to the main thing I wanted to do. And then I now realize that, oops, I forgot to copy some pictures to this computer so I could show them to you. So if you will wait one moment while I copy these photos to this computer so that I can do a screen share and show them to you. Give me one moment. Luckily, they should be on my NAS somewhere. Oh, there is the photo. That's the wrong photo. It is not in that. Oh, wait. Did I put the... Oh. Actually, I just realized. I think they are actually on my NAS, not... These them? Yes! Here we go. All right. So let me create a new folder and... Because I want to, because the folder in my NAS where these photos are has a bunch of other stuff on it in it for multiple projects, and I don't necessarily want to give everything away all at once by accident, because, well, you all know I like to tease things. No, Trina. It would be more like I would be showing you a project I'm not ready to reveal yet. Or actually, in a lot of cases, they're just stupid, junky photos. Not that this photo is the greatest photo in the world. And as we get to the other photos, you will quickly see that there are issues with these photos. Oh. Yeah, that if you didn't see Ian's Twitter post, go check. He took a photo of that AT&T 6300 board. It's got the really cool silver topped memory chips. They look really cool. I'll be excited to see that up and running. So, anyways, my first PC is one that I built myself. And this is actually the very staged photo I took of my first PC with my first desk. And that's actually a desk my grandfather refinished. I don't know where that desk is now, but that is the desk my grandfather refinished for me. He actually put some hidden storage down in under the bottom drawers. You can see my stack of books that have to do with whatever classes I was taking that year in high school. My cordless phone that really didn't work that well. I'm sure it caused more problems than it was worth. Yes, my Zenith VGA monitor with glare shield. My Krups coffee maker. My Union Carbide coffee mug that my uncle gave me because he worked at Union Carbide at the time. My modest little CD rack with a couple CDs. My really awful cheap speakers. My Epson Action Printer 5000 dot matrix printer that I'm trying to find one. And now if anyone's heard me say I'm looking for that printer and you want to know why, well, bingo, there you go. I even have one of the two plant stands that my grandfather built. That I don't have the one that the printer is shown being on now, but I have its matching pair. So the plant stand that got turned into a printer stand is somewhere in the family. I have the other one, apparently. So, actually, I was still a couple years off from college, but I was drinking coffee at the time. Now, you will probably notice if you look at the zoom level, this photo is at 8% zoom, and we'll get back to that in a moment. So anyways, I do have a close-up of the monitor. So it is you can kind of make out the Zenith Data Systems logo and the glare shield. And actually, believe it or not, the computer is on. Let me see. Oh, wait. Is it on in this photo, or is it one of the other photos? Oh, that's right. Hold on. Okay, maybe it's not this photo. Did I have it? Oh, that's weird. Maybe I didn't copy the photo. I've got a photo. Maybe I had to I might have had to have adjusted the levels in Photoshop, or it's the other. No, actually, one of the photos I have of this monitor, even though it's got a glare shield on it, you can just make out Windows 95 on the screen, and I thought it was this photo. Oh, wait, actually, there it is. I know it's hard to see, but that's the recycle bin right there. There's network neighborhood. I think there's the recycle bin. There's some program. I don't know what it is, but there you go. You can actually see the icons. And I think you can see the shirt I was wearing. Somewhere I thought on one, you could also see I had a dialog box up on the screen, like I thought you could read it. I don't know. I was silly. Previous me taking pictures with a film camera. I thought, yeah, it looks like burn-in. No, it's actually Windows 95. I may have had to have, okay, that was dust on the screen, Ian. Yeah, you can just barely see it. I think I opened the photo in Photoshop and I, started playing with all the brightness and contrast and whatnot. So, anyways. Okay, I should say that I was using a 35mm point and shoot camera that was autofocus, but I am way too close. So unfortunately, all the photos of the inside of the computer are out of focus. So, oh, Retro Tech or Die says NSA level of image study. Believe me, we're about to get into some real top level PC component finagling. Because the thing is, I built this computer in 1997. I had forgotten nearly all of the components that were in it. This computer had an unfortunate end because it was lightning damaged. So, yeah, Joe, I had to do shenanigans to figure out these components. I had to use eBay, the place where I usually buy things I later regret, and scroll auctions until I found components that matched. So, because unfortunately, oh yeah, so that's another photo at a slightly different angle. It didn't really help. Luckily, though, I did think to take the heatsink off the processor, although I think I remembered that it was an AMD. But all right. Oh yeah, Jesse says, I still have my first computer, Compact Prolinia 575E. It was new to me in 2003. Yeah. Actually, I remember the storm because my dad and my neighbor were mowing the lawns and lightning struck nearby, and my dad ran inside, and as he's running inside, he sees my neighbor continuing to cut the grass, and he's like, "Aren't you going to go inside?" And she's like, "If I stop mowing the grass now, I won't get back to it." But anyways, yeah, the lightning, I think the lightning struck close enough that a surge came in through the modem. Jeremy thinks it's a gigabyte motherboard, and it's not. We'll get to that in a moment. Anyways, so let's get back to the next level. All right, we're going. This gets more and more interesting. All right, so first of all, it looks like I had a 16-speed CD-ROM drive, and I know this is a CD-ROM drive because this is 1997. Oh, also, I should preface this with, sometimes I do things and I might switch components around, but this build, I am trying to do as accurate to how I actually built it as possible. So, I'm going to build this, and then I'm going to keep it as I had it. So this is not a system I'm going to then upgrade. This is like going to be one of my benchmark systems for like my first PC. This is how it was, and it'll be like a benchmark reference. So if I can get where I can get components that are actual matches based on what I see, I'm going to do that. So I think this is like a BenQ or an Acer brand CD-ROM drive, but I haven't managed to find it yet. So to start off with, I have a 16-speed CD-ROM drive, and I'll go with that. And if I find one that matches, I'll replace it. Yes, I had a 5 1/4 inch floppy drive. I never said all my decisions on this system were good decisions. This is 1997. Does anyone want to take a guess at how many 5 1/4 inch discs I actually put in this system? Put it in the chat. I'll let people know if they're correct. And I had a 3.5 inch disc drive. I believe this is like just a Mitsumi drive. It's hard to tell because it's out of focus. But anyways, now this is where it gets interesting. Now, I have not managed to find a case that looks like this yet. But I needed to figure out what the processor speed was, and I was fretting because you cannot read the actual speed on the processor. But luckily, when I was scanning these photos, I realized the computer was on, and it had one of those LCD displays, and you can quite clear enough see that it says 90. So luckily, I know it's a 90 megahertz processor. Yeah, hey, I said next level shenanigans. Oh wait, I remember which one you can see the dialog box on the screen. I think it's like there we go. It was this one that you can see it a little better, just barely. There's my computer and some program I had installed. Yeah, you can see the icons just a little bit more clearly here. But I know this was Windows 95. Okay. So, 90 megahertz processor. All right, so we had some guesses. All right, so for how many discs did I use in the 5 1/4 inch floppy drive that I thought was just a great idea? Oh, by the way, I brewed more cups of coffee in that coffee maker than I used 5 1/4 inch floppy disks. So that's probably a clue. I was a coffee drinker back then. Yeah, go dust my screen, Trina says. Okay, I will find my DeLorean, and I will tell myself to dust the screen before you take these photos. Oh, by the way, maybe you should borrow Dad's 35mm SLR camera, because your point and shoot's going to be awful at these photos. But I digress. I should have borrowed Dad's camera for these photos, but I didn't. In fact, I should have probably had Dad or Mom use that camera to take a picture of me with the computer, because this was 97 and it's not like I could have taken a selfie. All right, so Gut Bomb says 0. SadMac356 says 0. Trina says -1. Jeremy says 1. Jesse says 2. All right. And the winner is Gut Bomb and SadMac356. I do not remember using any 5¼ inch floppies in this computer. So, did this drive that I had in here actually work? I will never know. That was like probably a bad decision. How many cups of coffee did I brew in this coffee maker? More than 1. So, it was, well, definitely more than 0. Anyways. All right, let's get back to these components here. So, I am going to zoom in a little. All right. Now, this is where probably even a couple years ago, if I knew I had these photos, and it was kind of one of those, I'd forget I had them, and then I would find it again, and then I would look at it, and I'm like, oh, these photos are bad enough. I'm never going to be able to figure out what this was. But then I realized, oh, okay. So if you look at this board, you can see that there were 1, 2, 3 PCI slots and 1, 2, 3, 4 ISA slots. And I can definitely tell there's onboard I/O because of the ribbon cables here. And, oh, look at here. There's an Intel chip, but there's also an ALI chip. That's weird. And it dawned on me, wait a minute. This must be an Intel chipset board with an ALI Super I/O chip. So anyways, so through the magic of the retro web, I put in what I knew. So I have three PCI slots and 4 16-bit ISA slots. And I know it's an Intel, it has to be an Intel chipset because of reasons. And I do a search and 160 results. Oh, that's a lot of results. So I start scrolling and I'm like, wait a minute. That board looks familiar. Look at that board right there. It's got an Intel chip and it's got an ALI chip. That looks like it might be the board. But I continued to look, and I think I ultimately figured out though that if you look at my photo, the one problem is though, oh, there's not a blue dip switch block down here. There's no dip switches down here, so well, it can't be that board. So let's see here. Well, there's another bit board that doesn't have an ALI chip. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. The SM5A, it's got the ALI chip, the Intel chip set, no dip switches. So, through the magic of buying a board on eBay that looks like the photo, even though the photo on the retro web is very awful, I have in a bit AB SM5A board, and looking at the actual board, sorry, I had this chat scrolled. I think this is the, I mean, you can look, there's the, oh. So there's the photo on my PC. There's the board in person. PC photo. Board photo. I mean, there's this chip here you can see in the photo. You can see this chip here. 3 PCI slots, 4 ISA, the ALI chip, no dip switch block here. I'm like, yeah, I think that's the right board. And if it's not, well, it's close enough. I'll never be able to know the difference. So yeah, there we go. I figured out the motherboard. So then if we go to this photo here with the heatsink off. Well, I mean, you can look at that photo and you can look at this photo and I've zoomed in and you're like, well, that looks like a hot mess, Justin. But the one thing you can tell from that's an AMD processor. And thanks to knowing that I had a 90 megahertz processor, there we go. My first computer had an AMD K5 PR90 processor. I even managed to find one that's in the ceramic package. There you can see the AMD logo. That really was the part that sealed the deal, that blurry logo and the Windows processor. So that's the processor. So now, like, okay, I figured out the motherboard. I figured out the processor. Unfortunately, I don't know how much RAM's in it because the RAM is blocked by ribbon cables. So I'm going to take a little creative license. So I'm like, okay, now I got to figure out the rest of the components. So, all right. I know a couple people are joking in the chat that I had one Trident card. And, you know, honestly, I was beginning to think that I had a Trident card in here. But anyways, I stare at this photo, and then this is where it gets deeper and deeper into shenanigans. So I stare at this photo. I'm like, okay, what can I tell about this video card? I see that we have some sort of feature connector here. And it looks like there's another set of pins here because it actually caught the light. And it looks like there might be a gap here. But then I see a chip and a chip here. But then there's a larger chip below that chip. And then it sure looks like there's a socket here. So I'm like, all right. I know that the card has a VGA output because I know I had a Zenith 640 by 480 VGA monitor that was fixed at 60 hertz. So I know it's VGA because I didn't have DVI back then. So I'm like, all right, this is one of those times where I had to scroll eBay and just start looking at PCI video cards. And I did first start looking at Trident cards. And I looked 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 and I certainly couldn't find anything. And I just realized I've misplaced the bracket for this card. Oh, that's right, because the bracket's rusty. So I'm like, okay, I can't find any Trident cards that look like this card. So, all right, let me put on my thinking cap. I was like, okay, if I didn't have a Trident card, what do I remember my boss selling at the computer shop? Like, all right, 1997, I'm buying the video card. I do remember selling a lot of S3 cards. So could I have had an S3 card? So I start looking at S3 cards on eBay. And I find this one. Lo and behold, I look at its profile. And look at that. Pins, a gap, pins, chip, larger chip below it, socket. Yeah, for visual emphasis. All right, there's the photo. There's the card. Photo, card. Now tell me. Yeah, Joe says bingo. Joe thinks it's a SingLabs ET4000. Nope. I had, and this has to be it. It may not be the exact brand, but it's like probably one of those cards that a bunch of, it's close enough. I had an S3 Verge. It has to be an S3 Verge, and in fact, I mean, in fact, I managed to find one that had the upgrade RAM in it. So there we go. I must have had an S3 Verge. I know. Someone happened to have one of these listed on eBay because that was the risk. I was dependent on someone having one listed on eBay that from this profile. And the thing is, I had to take the photos of their card laying like this and imagine what it would look like this. Gut Bomb says, now I know why you wanted the S3 Verge HGP from me. Yeah. So anyways, there's the video card I had. All right, there are more shenanigans to be had. So now, I got the next card here. And you can probably guess the fact that there's an audio cable running into it, that this is a sound card. So what could I tell about this sound card? Well, I didn't remember what I had. In fact, I was even less sure of what I had, other than I knew it wasn't a sound blaster. But I looked at this photo, I'm like, okay, I've got a sound card. It's got a bunch of audio caps here. It has a pin header here. It's probably for CD audio. There's obviously a pin header here with a white shroud for one of the other audio formats. There's a bunch of pins here, so it's probably a wavetable connector. It looks like I have an oscillator of some point here, and there's a capacitor down here, because I couldn't think of what else would make this shape, because this isn't on the motherboard. And then I got an IDE connector here, because a pin's going down like this. All right. Good night, Trina. So anyways, back to eBay, back to scrolling. I'm like, okay, I have no idea what I had. I just know that I've got things. So anyways, I start looking and looking and looking. And finally, all right. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I got pins. I got more pins, and then there's a white shroud. And there's the wavetable header. And I got an oscillator turned on its side and an IDE channel. And there's even that capacitor I saw down there. Ian and Jesse both got it. There's no hiding that. Yes, I had apparently an audio 1868 ESS card. Right there it is. I mean, if this isn't the brand card I had, it was one that was like identical to it. In fact, I don't even think this had a brand on it. It was one of those generic cards, but there it is. That's the sound card I had. It's the 1868F. So yeah, I didn't get the 1869. I think I've now realized the 1869 is a little better than the 1868. But yep, there it is. There's the card I had. All right. Next. Whoops. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Well, next I realized I had this card here, and actually I knew what this card is. This is actually one of those ISA radio cards. I have found one. I've ordered it. I don't have it yet, so we'll have to skip that for now. But yeah, this is a radio card. And one last thing. I hate to disappoint, but for the moment, I am not going to... I gave up on trying to identify the modem because it's not like I'm going to dial up anytime soon. So anyways, I don't have a modem yet. I might sit down and figure that out later. And for the moment, though, I'm not going to power it up with a modem. All right. I did have to do one more research. So, all right. I didn't know what... so this is the RAM that came with this motherboard. So the motherboard didn't have the processor. I had to buy the processor separate. But it came with this RAM. And I don't remember how much RAM was in my first computer. all I can see is that it looks like I might have had a double-sided SIM here. Oh, actually, no, that's not the photo where you can make out the... Actually, I think this is the one where you can just make out the edge of the SIM behind the cables. If you look there carefully, it looks like I have a double-sided SIM. Oh. It looks like I have a double-sided SIM, but that's about all I could tell. So I went and found... Oh, Bomb says Nodem. Yeah, Nodem right now. Or maybe I'll put Ethernet in it so I can at least remember what it's like to surf the web. I might take a little creative license on that. To at least I can connect to the internet even if it's not a modem. So, everyone's at, yeah. Francois Francois asking the PSU. There's not, I don't have enough to even guess what, this is probably the PSU that came with this case. Unfortunately, there's no label on it. I do know I had a fan here. Anyways, so I went and I was trying to figure out how much RAM would I have had. So I can't see all the SIMs to see if they were single or double-sided, but I'm pretty sure I probably had 2 SIMs. What might I have had? So I went and found some historic memory pricing, and given how much RAM was going for in 1997, the prices were dropping. So, I think I had 16 to 32 megabytes of memory. Yeah, Joe's guessing correctly, 16 or 32 megabytes. So anyways, for now, I am going to just keep the memory that came in this motherboard because I believe it is 16 or 32 megabytes. So anyways, because actually, I think given average prices, 32 megabytes would have probably set me back like $100. 16 megabytes would have been $50. So I'm like, okay, I think I could see myself spending $50 to $100 on memory. I could see myself splurging. I mean, I could see myself going with 16, but I mean, I had seen Windows run. Yeah, SD-RAM had just come onto the market. Yeah, I think it was flooding the market. So memory prices were dropping. I think EDO DRAMs were basically going down to about, I think the average price I found, it was like, they dropped to like $5 a megabyte or something like that. Or no, it was less than $5 a megabyte. I think it might have been $3 or $4 a megabyte at one point in 97. I don't remember the exact number I found. When I do the video on this computer, I'll obviously find my number. But, oh, wait a minute. Ian, I just noticed. Ian says, white RJ11 connectors. Looks like it might be an AT&T Lucent card. I know they used white, gray RJ11s. Ooh. That, yeah, I may have to look into that. That's a good observation. Because my boss was known to buy the cheaper cards. So, yeah. Okay. So, I got a motherboard. I got the sound card. I got the video card. I can't find the CD-ROM yet. I've looked at that photo enough that I think it looks like an Acer or a BenQ. I haven't been able to find one that looks right. So anyways, for now, I have a 16-speed max CD-ROM drive. I don't know if it works, but it's at least IDE, and it's at least the same speed. All right. Good night, Eric. Now, for hard drives. I know that I bought a hard drive. Actually, it was at 1996. We had a family computer. It was a HP Pavilion. My parents let me put a hard drive in it so I could dual boot Linux on it. I'm sure I'm glad they trusted me to do that. I'm glad I trusted myself to do that because it was the first time I'd even tried doing that. Fortunately, I didn't screw up the family computer. At least that I know of. So Joe thinks I had a Western Digital Caviar 1.6 gigabytes, and no, I wish I had a Western Digital Caviar 1.6 gigabyte drive. So I for a while thought I had a Western Digital, but the more I thought of it, the more I realized, no, I did not have a Western Digital. So I started looking at I knew it was 1.6 gigabytes. So I started looking at those on eBay. And the more I looked, the more I realized I saw this model number on this drive, and I realized this is the drive I had just from the numbers. It was a Maxtor 71626A drive. I realized this is the model I had. This drive is not guaranteed to work. If it says anything, I remember the Maxtor I had to send it back on RMA like within the first year. Yeah, these are awful. I never said I made all the right decisions, Joe. I warned you all. Some of these decisions were bad. I mean, after all, I went for an AMD processor to save a few bucks. The math coprocessors in the AMDs weren't as good. But yeah, the Maxtors weren't that great. I don't even know if this drive works. I have not tested this drive. I thought I would save it for the stream. I have not tested the CD-ROM drive. I thought I would save it for the stream. I did do the no. This is a replacement VGA connector on this card because the bracket and connector were quite rusty. So I have Ian has a box full of dead Maxtors. Yeah, well, I may have a dead Maxtor here too. Joe says, you were building computers and installing Linux before I even know how a PC worked. I find that fascinating. Yeah, I seriously, I had a high school job at a local computer shop. So I was building computers like for like 2 or 3 hours after school every day. That's how I bought my first computer while I was in high school. I had a job at a computer shop. I was building them for someone else, and I did some side gigs too, so. Yeah, Retro Tech or Die says, well, on that Maxtor note, I am heading out. Lol, night all. So. Jesse says, the Diamond Max 8 was the bane of my existence out of the Maxtor line. My boss loved them, but they dropped like flies. Jeremy says, dead Maxtors equals good paperweight. Yeah, I will. Ian says, keep it in the slot if it's dead, just as a memorial. Yeah, I will. I'll hold on to it, even if it's dead. Yeah, I do remember I spent $240 on my first hard drive. 1.6 gigabyte Maxtor was $240. All right, so, okay, I have bought a case for this. I cannot find a case that matches. I have bought one that is the same size, though, but the case needs some work, so I'm not ready to actually install it in the case. The seller I bought it from, they weren't stored the greatest, so I need to work on the case. But I thought at least tonight I'm going to put the components together. I am going to put them in the computer how I would have had them, and we're going to power this thing up. And I'm even going to try to install Windows 95 on it, because that's the operating system I had. So I believe I had the graphics card in, well, it's obvious. I had it in the slot there, because I can see the 2 empty PCI slots above it. All right, I had the sound card here, because the radio card was here, and the modem was here. Jeremy says, if it spins, okay, but it won't work. I would at least leave the power connected for at least the hard drive one. I don't know. I wouldn't want the, if the hard drive's dead, I wouldn't want it to seize and damage like short anything out. But we'll see. Hey, I have hope. This Mac store could be a survivor. It could be getting better. Bring out your dad hard drives. I'm getting better. All right, let me see here. Probably gonna need to hook up a floppy drive of some sort, but it's a Mac store. It's gonna scream. Yeah. In fact, it's got a tantalum on the bottom of it. For all I know, and I learned my lesson last time, I will make sure that I power it up with as much in frame as possible. I will also record. I will record with the camcorder since I got stuff in frame. So at least if something goes, it's going to go hopefully on camera. All right, let me go grab a few cables here and a power supply that I know works. All right. They scrapped some computers at work, and I did at least make sure to I did get some of the computers, but I also made sure to grab cables out of some of them, so I had spare cables. And let's see here. Looking for my ATX power supply. That is, well, okay. We'll go for this AT supply here. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Okay, I got an AT supply. We'll use it. It's been recapped. I know it works. And, oh, I need a heatsink. Okay. Oops. All right, heatsink. Where's my Pentium heatsink? Oh, it's on a Hold please while I attempt to steal the heatsink off of this other Pentium motherboard here, hopefully without breaking the clip. There we go. I have successfully stolen the processor heatsink. Because these AMDs run hot. I do not want to power it up without a heatsink. Alright, so this cable is going to be long enough to... Alright. Oh, except it's got a key pin in it. Okay. Hold please while I find an IDE cable that does not have a key pin. How annoying. How rude. Okay. Unfortunately, that means I need a rarer cable in my basement. Because, alright, well, a 486 cooler would work, but these AMD processors run hot. So I'm going to actually use a Pentium heatsink. The Pentium heatsink I have has a little thermal pad on it, which may actually be better than the one I used back in the day. Cable. Alright, hold please while I find the IDE cable that, like, the only one I have down here. we go. All right, I found one. All right. Thanks to the eBay seller, I thought it would be a really great idea to paint the case silver to hide the fact that the first one I got sent was rusty as all get out. I just sprayed some contact cleaner on the IDE cable because it got a little bit of silver overspray on it. So hopefully the cable actually still works. All right. Yeah, if I have to, I'll use a 462 heatsink. Okay, so J20. Master single is on. Okay, we are jumpered for... The hard drive is jumpered correctly. All right. The CD-ROM drive is jumpered correctly. This cable is like barely long enough. Here we go. All right. At least the hard drive is mostly in frame. There we go. All right. Let's see here. Let me plug in motherboard power. Remember, on AT motherboards, black in the middle, or you will not be having a good day. All right. Oh, I should probably ask you now while we're plugging in power to smash that like button if you like my investigative skills to try to remember what components I'd put in this computer. And if you haven't already, subscribe and turn on notifications, because this won't be, or hopefully won't be, the last time this computer shows up on the channel. I mean, yeah, it's just going to be a lowly Windows 95 computer, but, well, we all had to have our first PC at some point. And the fact I built it back in the day, too. And I'm rebuilding it now. Okay, so we've got power to the motherboard. I've got power to the CD-ROM drive. I have power to the hard drive. All right. Jumper is secondary on the CD-ROM. Let's see here. I'm going to have trouble plugging in the VGA cable. All right, let me see if I can't get the VGA cable around here. I will plug in a keyboard if I get that far. All right. This will go a little wider angle. All right, so I got video, power. All right. Okay, power to the power supply. Alright, let me check the power switch. Okay, AT power supplies, the power switch does pass mains voltage, so want to be careful what you touch when you have especially when you have the switch outside the case. Alright, I'm going to hit record, and I'm going to scoot back just a little bit in case we have sparks. I don't want sparks in my face. That's never fun. Alright, and 3, 2, 1. Ugh, what was that? Was that the hard drive? I don't know what was making that noise. Unplug the hard drive and find out. Yeah, let's Alright, let me unplug the hard drive and see if that okay. Yeah, I think that was the Mac Store drive. Oh, apparently my CD-ROM drive is stuck. Bummer. I probably should have seen that coming. Let me see if I slightly help the drawer if it will eject. I've seen Mike of Mike's Tech have a number of them like start to open if you give them a little gentle pressure. Or in this case, I think the belt might... I may be disassembling this, maybe. Yeah, it's not ejecting. Okay. That CD-ROM drive is not ejecting. This Mac Store... Okay, let's see if maybe it makes that noise again. It spun up this time. And it went ka-clunk. And it went ka-clunk. Yeah, this hard drive doesn't sound that great. It keeps making the noise that I think it makes. Listen carefully. Oh, hey, Ron. Joe says, repeated clunks equals bad drive. Yeah. Ever-loading operating system. Setup cannot continue. I am not deterred. I will not accept its surrender until I do what Mike Tech does and run ScanDisk on it and am defeated. That is, if I can find the GoTech that I plug into PCs that has disk images on it. Oh, that also means I will need to plug in the keyboard. Alright, let me plug in a keyboard. Unfortunately, I have not managed to find the keyboard I think I had, but I think it was a Mitsumi El Cheapo 104 key keyboard. Honestly, the keyboard was probably awful enough. It's probably not worth really trying to find, but historical accuracy. The mouse is going to be even more fun, but it was probably a Mitsumi mouse as well. I vaguely remember the packaging. Okay. All right. Let me, I think this GoTech can at least be convinced to work with a PC. But I need to really need to find the other one because it, I think, has my thumb drive in it. All right. It probably. Oh, there's an actual floppy drive. Oh, okay. All right. Hold one more moment. All right. Let's see here. Okay. I will all right, I will plug this GoTech in. We will see if it will cooperate. I may have to change the jumpers on it. And hopefully I will find the thumb drive that is on my bench somewhere. All right. All right. Okay. CPU soft config setup. Let's see here. Primary. Oh. There we go. Auto. Floppy drives configured. That's right. Good night, Frank. If anyone was wondering why in the world I had trouble finding keys on the keyboard, that is because the keyboard that I have in front of me is a German keyboard. But yet, when you press keys, you get the whatever the QWERTY character would have been at the same position, and that messes with your mind. Because you're like, but that says it's the Z key. Well, no, it's the Y key. All right. Oh, wait. Well, that's weird. Oh. Okay, well that's cool. Apparently this hard drive has MS-DOS 622 on it. At least command.com. Alright, let me try to find my thumb drive. It's on my workbench, like, somewhere right around where I am. Honestly, it's probably in my other GoTech, which has got to be around here somewhere. Let's see here. It's not underneath the game that took me forever to figure out where it came from. All to realize that the Mercari seller must have sent me 2 discs by accident. Let's see here. It is. Oh, wait. These are the tricks that I play on myself. I will outsmart myself and put the GoTech where I will never expect myself to put it. And then a weekend will happen, and then I will wonder where in the world my GoTech went. And then when I find it, I will say, aha! It was plugged into the power supply I was looking for the whole time. There we go. Actually, all I need is the thumb drive from it. Okay. Let's plug the thumb drive in and DOS disk 1. All right. Oh, this oh, okay. Oh, thanks Robert. Oh, hey Robert. Oh yeah, actually it's not the it's the I have on my microphone to cut out the background noise. Yeah. Let me turn off the filter and we'll go to ASMR mode for a moment while I run ScanDisk. Okay. I'll even move the microphone closer to the hard drive. If it'll stay there. And actually, there seems to be a problem already. For some reason, ScanDisk encountered a data error while reading root directory entry number 0. This error prevents ScanDisk from fixing this drive. Alright, well, let's, fine. Alright. Wait a minute, did it already finish? Wait. Steve says, I am error. Joe says, immediate failure. Yeah. I mean, I did tell it to format C:, right? It's... I now have a 0 gigabyte drive, yeah. Let's see what fdisk says. Error reading fixed disk. Wah, wah. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Yep. This is how well my hard drive is working. Swimmingly well. Yeah, something tells me that it's probably not even going to detect now. Oh, it detected. Oh. Okay, so it's not, Joe says, that's my stolen zinger, yeah. Alright, let's see if it'll format now. Drive C error writing system areas. Write fault error reading drive C. Write fault error reading drive C. How can you have a write fault while reading the drive? Steve says, works great when the heads are parked. Ba-doom boom. Ah! There was an error creating the format recovery file. This disk cannot be unformatted. Proceed with format. Yes, although you're probably invalid media or track 0 bad. Disk unusable. Format terminated. SadMac356 says, I think it dead. Steve says, let's tell it to retry for the next 4 hours. Steve says, a 0 write with dban or the manufacturer tool may solve that. Steve says, unusable? Nonsense! There's one thing that I can do. Maybe. So I got a CD-ROM drive with a bad motivator, and I've got a hard drive with a bad motivator. Hold, please. Ian says, try a low-level format with a software. Just don't do an MFM low-level format. That will kill an IDE drive. Let me see if I've got some tool. Let's see. What do I have on my GoTech? I got MemTests. I got SpinRite 5. Joe's telling me dban. I don't have dban on a floppy disk. A bunch of tools on the UBCD will do the thing. Well, okay. Well, let me download the UBCD, but I will also have to go find another optical drive. Because this optical drive won't eject. All right. Downloading the ISO image now. Oh, wait a minute. This is too large to write to a CD. Oh, here we go. Older versions. Oh, wait a minute. I can't download. I am not installing a torrent software on this computer. I just want to download the file. Okay, well, I can't download it from here. Okay, I got it. Let me see if one of these mirrors will just let me, like, download it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Alright, so I'm downloading the Ultimate Boot CD, which is too big to burn to a CD. Which means it's not the Ultimate Boot CD anymore. Which means I actually need a DVD. Oh, and luckily I have DVDs, but that also means I need a DVD drive. That's IDE. Hold, please. Well, we're holding for the download, which is completed. All right. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think RetroTech Chris sent me this one. So, RetroTech Chris, if you're lurking, I'm putting your DVD drive to good use so I can run DBAN. Actually, that could be handy to have an older version, even though I think I have a solution that will at least work for now. So yeah, if you've Jesse, if you've got an older version, I will gladly. I can find a way for you to get it to me. Okay. So okay, first let me see if I can start burning this ISO to a disk. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So let me see here. Downloads. Sort by date modified. Let's see. Burn disk image. Disk image file. Disk burner. Let me pull one of these lovely verbatim discs out. They are not a sponsor, and I don't even know if they're lovely discs. And in fact, I don't even know if the disk burner in this computer still works, because it's been so long since I've tried to burn a disk. I will verify the disk after burning, and I'm going to click burn. And okay, it looks like it's burning. All right, while I burn that disk, let me see if I can't get the CD. It might fall back to CD-only mode in BIOS. Well, we'll see what it does. Yeah, I don't know if this DVD drive will get detected by this BIOS. That is a good point. Well, okay, fallback plan. If this DVD drive is not detected by this BIOS, I will pull a newer board onto the bench for the purposes of running DBAN on the hard drive. I know that might be cheating a little bit, but well, sometimes you got to cheat a little bit. All right, let's see if it even sees this DVD drive. It does eject. That's good. All right. Okay, it sees it. That's good. All right, I'm waiting for the disk to finish burning. Oh, actually, I do need to go into setup, because I probably do need to tell it to... You know, to Ian's point, I don't know that this, let's see what my options are. Alright. CD-ROM CA. Alright, well that'll have to do. Alright, it's almost done with the disk verification. Oh! Gutbomb just hooked me up on Discord. Awesome. Okay, we'll give that a try if... Alright, let me, we're gonna try the multifaceted approach. I will... Oh, and Jeremy sent me a message. By the way, if anyone's thinking I don't respond on Discord. It's because Discord is in streamer mode. Oh, we'll talk later, Jeremy. I just saw your message. Okay. Let's see here. Alright, so I have DBAN on the thumb drive that goes into my GoTech. Alright. And I believe the disk is also done verifying. If I can find the window on my computer. Okay, so I got a floppy image. I have a... Oh, it's still verifying the disk. Okay. It should be done here momentarily. Alright, so I got DBAN 1.07 floppy image. Steve thinks it won't boot a DVD. We'll see. We shall see. Joe's doubting it'll boot a CD, let alone a DVD. Yeah, why don't I just cancel... If you... Oh! It's actually burning the disk still, even though it says verifying disk. Do the floppy disk. Okay. Everyone's telling me to do the floppy disk. I do, though, want to see if it actually will, Okay. Oh, actually, the disk just finished burning. Well, I want to see if it'll boot a disk, so I'm curious. So we're going to try to boot the disk first. I didn't burn a disk for nothing. If it doesn't boot the disk, then I'll use the floppy disk. Alright. Whoever guessed it won't boot from that disk, you were correct. Okay. I bet it would have booted from an actual CD. But that would have required the ultimate boot CD to still be on a CD. Well, Joe, I had to try. Alright, warning. This software irrecoverably destroys data. This software is provided without any warranty, without even the implied warranty of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. In no event shall the software authors or contributors be liable for any damages arising from the use of the software. This software is provided as is. Alright, so I guess I'm going to hit the enter key to start DBAN in interactive mode. I don't know why the BIOS doesn't have a CD-ROM AC option, Gutbomb. It's an early BIOS. Oh, Jesse just found his old copy of UBCD. Ah, cool. Well, if it actually will fit on a CD and you can send it my way... then I might try it someday. Um... It just auto-rebooted. Fine, we'll run it in auto-nuke mode. Let's see if that works. Yeah, I think it crashed. I wasn't watching the screen to see exactly what it did. Is it possible this version is too new for this board? Is it possible this hard drive is that dead? Joe says he knows the solution. A big hammer. That's not the drive I was thinking of. Alright, so if this, Jesse says, the copy he has is definitely CD. Cool. If you, I don't know, if you're on Discord, you can, I think, try to send the file on Discord, and it might be too big, so I'll, if the computer hangs here, then reset it, read the D-band troubleshooting hints by pushing F4 at the prompt. Okay, we're booting the Linux kernel. I am watching to see if I see anything before, if it auto-reboots. I suspect it probably kernel panicked. And then auto-rebooted. It is possible the troubleshooting hints will give me some commands to... I don't think it's bad RAM or CPU overheat, Joe. Mom's spaghetti, yeah. I mean, it could be bad RAM. I don't know. There were components in the system that I didn't power up before, but I may have taken this motherboard to Chris's house. And it had the RAM in it. We were testing other things, and I distinctly remember grabbing this motherboard. It was like, well, if we're pulling out things to test RAM and whatnot on other boards, I'm just gonna grab this board too. So I think I've run a RAM test on this RAM. It might not be able to run in only 16 megabytes, Nick says. That is a good, Joe says that fits on a 1.44 megabyte floppy. I don't think RAM space is an issue. I think I've been waiting more than 60 seconds, wouldn't you say? I think it hung. Yep, it is definitely hung. Alright, let me see if I can find the reset. Don't know where the reset switch is. Oh. Well, I know how to reset computers that I can't see the reset switch. Have I tried turning it off? And back on again. Let me, I'll hit F4 and see what it says. It's possible I need to give it a kernel parameter. I did turn it off with the power switch, just not the power switch on the power supply. I turned it off with the smart outlet that the power cord's plugged into, so effectively the same. You can hear McClunky if you listen carefully. Alright, function 4, troubleshooting. Try these boot commands if D-band hangs at the black boot screen. Alright, let's see here. Auto nuke. No silent. No verify. How's that for parameters? Yeah, I think this. I think 16 megabytes is correct. I think 32 megabytes would actually be two single-sided modules. Now that I think about it, usually, with the densities of chips they had back at that time, I think it is only 16 megabytes of RAM. I couldn't remember if it was 16 or 32. Even though the fact I think one of these modules has a handwritten label on it that says 8M. If I'd only look. Alright, hopefully it's going to spew lots of messages because Linux likes to be verbose when you tell it to be verbose, and if it actually is locking up for something, hopefully we'll see. And also I told it no verify so that it doesn't try to verify writes that it might have trouble with. Alright, so let's wait 60 seconds for dban to start. And right away, I'm kind of noticing that it's not being very verbose. So maybe Linux plus verbose equals read the Encyclopedia Britannica. Yeah. Freezes immediately. Yeah, I'm noticing that. Maybe, just maybe. Alright, well, Joe's telling me just put another drive in it. He's probably right. This drive is probably toast. Alright. Well, let me see if I've got another drive to put in here. So, sadly, this Maxtor 1.6 gigabyte hard drive that was untested by the seller, or at least they said it was untested. Sadly, it's dead. It lived a short and really mediocre life, probably. Oh, okay. Jesse just sent me a link by Facebook Messenger. Cool. Yes. Well, if I'm logged into Facebook Messenger, I will start the download now while I go to dig up a hard drive to put on this. And I'm not logged into Facebook. Okay. Well, I'll grab it later. Oh, good point, Jesse. I wouldn't want to figure out Discord this late either if I had a Discord problem. All right, I'm going to find I think I've got a spinner or two that might actually work. Because actually, I need to use a spinning, well, I want to use a spinning hard drive for old time's sake. I think I've got one or two that maybe, just maybe, might be convinced to do something, and if not, I'll find another IDE cable so I can use a compact flash card. But let me give the spinning hard drive at least an attempt to find one, but not the one sitting to my immediate left. I know it's dead. All right, hold a moment, please. I think I've got a IDE drive. Here we go. Actually, I don't know if this one works or not, but I'm just going to start pulling hard drives out of my collection until I find one that works. Thing. And I am going to at least give it a cursory check to make sure it's not shorted. You can't see it yet because I am haven't. It's not in the view of the camera right now. Sorry about that. Okay, it's 3.9 kiloohms on one rail and 30 kiloohms on the other. Okay, the drive is at least not shorted at the moment. That is not to say that it won't decide to go in a spectacular blaze of glory the moment I apply power. It wasn't a computer case that had some water damage, but the drive itself doesn't look like it got wet. So, all right. Potentially a Seagate drive that may or may not work, and it may or may not go pop, and that was me rolling over bubble wrap in 3, 2, 1. That was bubble wrap. I really need to pick that bubble wrap up off the floor. I don't think it's spinning. Oh, there we go. It just spun up. And it just spun down. And it just spun up. And it just spun down. And it just spun up. And it just went kerclunk and spun down. All right, well, this Seagate drive is officially dead. Yeah, well-timed bubble wrap. Yeah, I know. Okay, this Seagate drive is dead. I will put it in my pile of dead hard drives, and I will find the next drive that is available for the taking. Ooh, I got a Western Digital Caviar. I have no idea if it works. Excellent. All right, if you will hold on one moment, I can actually get to all three of the screws. All right, Western Digital Caviar time. All right, so the next drive up in the Will It Work contest is a Western Digital Caviar 33200. It is a 3.2 gigabyte drive, manufacturer 26 January 1998. It is currently jumpered in correctly for a 2-drive bus, but I can fix that here real quick. Jesse says that that's a Seagate with Connor-like behavior. Well, it's quite possible that Seagate, it was one of those Seagates that has like the black plastic over a hole over the platters that I always thought was kind of weird. All right, so this drive, again, I don't know the heritage of this drive. It came in the case that the eBay seller, or the case parts that the eBay seller sent me after I complained that I got a really rusty power supply in the case and the power supply was supposedly to work. So, okay. So I'm just checking to make sure it's not, like, shorted. Although, in this case, the tantalums are, like, where we couldn't see them anyways. Okay, that looks good. Okay, that looks good. Okay. So if any tantalums on this board go, we will hear a pop, and we will see smoke, but the tantalums are on the underside of the board. I have jumpered it for master because it was set to single drive. I have no idea if this works. This is kind of one of those, it might work because it's quite possible the seller sent me the case because it was taking him a long time to grab. It was one of those, the first case he sent, the longer story is he had to go out of town really quick. He had his brother send it for him, and his brother sent me one that had the back spray painted to hide rust, and the power supply was rusty all inside. And the thing is, it wasn't supposed to be rusty. So he's like, oh, I'll send you the metal part of the case as a replacement or a refund or what. I was like, I'd rather have the replacement parts. So this hard drive was in the replacement parts. So I don't know if it works. 3, 2, 1. It's spinning. That sounded good. Hey, wait a minute. We got, oh, wait a minute. I'm booting D-Ban. I don't want to boot D-Ban. Let me go to, let me just boot DOS. There we go. Actually, this drive sounds healthy. Oh, Jeremy, it's not the rubberized cover Seagate. It's the one that has, like, the black textured vinyl sticker on, like, it's the black textured vinyl semicircle dealy doodad. It's hard to see. Oh, whoop, wrong one. That style Seagate. That's the style this was. All right, we at least boots DOS booted. Let's see what ScanDisk says about this drive. Yeah, that one, Jeremy. Yeah, those ones that had the rubber cover. ScanDisk cannot examine drive C. Is there a drive C? Oh, there is not a drive C. Well, that would explain that. All right, delete partition, delete non-DOS partition, delete partition 1. I like how MS-DOS makes it really easy to delete non-DOS partitions. All right, and maybe for this computer, I might just use this drive at least until I can get one that's closer to the right size. Or, I mean, I could create a 1.6 gigabyte partition. I may use what I have. Because I have a feeling those Maxtor drives are all going to be dead by now. Ian says, goodbye, what is most likely an NTFS partition? Yes, very, very true. Probably was a NTFS partition. All right, well, we'll go ahead and give this a quick format. All right, while I am waiting for this to format, let me find the spindle of CDs that I brought down here, because I very soon would like to be dealing with something that is not DOS 622. All right. I have no idea if these CDs are even a good brand. I bought them because they were blue CDRs. Jesse's suggesting that I go buy a Western Digital 21600 drive. I have a 50-50 shot with that one, yeah. Ian says, I have had a decent track record with Western Digital drives, Toshiba's and Seagate. Quantum are hit or miss, and every Mac store I own is dead. That reminds me. While I wait for this to format, okay, first let me see if I put the CD image I need somewhere where I could get to it from down here. Otherwise, I'll just re-download it. Let's see here. It's probably on my computer upstairs. Oh, no, wait. It's Vintage Computing, PC, Windows 95. Here we go. Yes. Oh, Windows can't open the... Of course, you silly Windows. Of course you cannot read the blank disk I put into the drive. Alright, so I have a totally legitimate backup copy of Windows 95 OSR 2.5, and I'm going to burn it to a CD, and then oh, a disk burner was not found. That's weird. Okay. That's really weird. Alright, burn disk image. Oh. Hold please. I seem to be having trouble with my... Oh. Oh, that's the problem. Drive was getting caught up on a cable. Alright. Okay, the Blu-ray burner is still visible to Windows. Alright, burn image, burn disk image. A disk burner was not found. What in the world is my... Well, that's really weird. Well, I just burned a disk a little while ago. Huh. Windows is not seeing my disk burner. Huh. Well, that's not convenient. All right, let me see properties. Wrong one. Manage. Like, is device manager complaining about it? DVD CD-ROM drives. Okay. There it is. It's still installed. Drivers, details. Oh, hold on. Is it, okay, burn disk image. Oh, sure enough. Apparently Windows has decided I don't have a disk burner. Huh. Well, that's going to be a problem. Okay. Apparently I'm going to need to go upstairs to another computer that has a optical drive so that I can make it install CD. Because this computer has decided I don't have an optical drive or don't have a burner. It's like decided it's just a disk. It's just a drive. So don't know what's going on with it. Anyways, I'll be back shortly. And yeah, cuz I'm going to have to go all the way upstairs to burn this disk. Because reasons. I'm trying to think. No. Yeah. I gotta go up. Yep. I guess I am going to have to go and burn this on my MacBook Air. So, it's all the way upstairs. Unless there's like some other way that I can get these files onto the computer. Oh, it'll feel like cheating if I do it that way. I don't want to go upstairs just to burn a disk. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going upstairs to burn a disk. I'm going to use a compact flash card. Because that's the only other way I can get the installer onto something. Okay, let me... Alright, let me get the Windows 95 boot disk. Let me copy it over to my thumb drive, and then I will... Okay, that's weird. Oh, I left my multimeter on. Okay, I just plugged in my thumb drive into this computer. And it's decided that it sees... It just, it didn't mount the volume on it. And Windows summarily ejected it. Oh, I had this problem. Maybe I need a new streaming computer. Maybe I need to reinstall Windows. I don't know. Okay, why ever it's not letting me burn a disk, apparently it's also not letting me mount my thumb drive again. It's like the computer has lost the ability to mount new volumes. I've had a USB bus failure. Well, my optical drive is a SATA drive. It's like the computer has decided that it's not going to let me... Oh... Okay, event viewer, Windows logs, system. This happened the other day. I had to go upstairs to copy an image to this thumb drive because the computer decided it wasn't going to let me mount a disk. All right. Well, I don't see anything obvious in the event log. Some things about can't store Bluetooth something or other. Distributed computing, kernel service. Oh wait, those are like really old. CD-ROM 0 is locked for exclusive access. That's probably where I burned the disk. Kernel general, that's okay. There's nothing in the system log. What about the application log? Huh. Oh, there's nothing in the Windows log. Whatever this failure is, the Windows log is not complaining about anything. And the device manager is not showing any errors either, so Windows is completely unaware of what the problem is. So that's just bad. Yeah. Oh, Jesse's saying the virtual disk service went. Well, Joe, if I power the machine off and restart, the stream will end. So... Okay. So I'm quickly running into problems. I gotta burn a disk. I gotta put the image on this thumb drive. And I don't have anything down here to do it on because this computer is acting up. It's acting like a little child. It's acting like this. Yes, I did it again, Joe. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm seeing y'all talking about Bigfoot drives. I'd like to get a Bigfoot drive sometime. Okay. So... Okay. The Windows 95 install is not really going that great. I don't really want to go all the way upstairs to burn a disk because it'll take me like 15 minutes to do it, probably. Because I'll have to copy the image to my MacBook Air. I don't have a network adapter for it. So instead, thanks to the wonderful world of retro computing, and sometimes retro computing just doesn't want to cooperate with you, I am instead going to take this compact flash card, and it at least has DOS 622 on it, and we'll run a few benchmarks, and we'll see that this machine works. And, well, I guess Windows 95 will have to wait for another day, and you can blame my Z420 workstation. I may just have to replace it at some point. Actually, the ironic thing is, oh wait, I need that cable. Okay, I need to leave that plugged in. I was actually going to upgrade my streaming computer down here at one point. So the long story short is, I had a Z440 workstation. that was my video editing computer for a while, and I wanted to build a better... Basically, I wanted to build my Threadripper, and I was going to, after completing the Threadripper, I was going to take my Z440 workstation and bring it down here to the basement and to replace my Z420 that, I mean, was even older because, well, it's a Z420 and not a Z440. Well, anyways, the Z440 decided one day to just randomly completely hard fail, and I never figured out exactly what went, but I think the chipset on the board just like decided to go. Basically, the machine was working, and then I go to like boot it up, and like it was just completely dead. And nothing I did would even fix it. Joe's telling me we need to teach you how to do media inserts in OBS. Well, the problem is you have to have YouTube and OBS set up to allow a long enough gap to restart. Jesse says, don't tell everyone... Doesn't everyone have a Dell Optiplex 7020 in their basement for this purpose? Well, I already had the Z420, so... Plus, if you saw the number of cards I have installed in it, you would see why I'm using my Z420 and not a 7020. But it looks like... Well, I do have a 7020 upstairs. I think it's a 7020. I may have to look and see if it has enough slots to transfer cards over. Well, maybe I already have my new streaming computer and I didn't even know it. Alright, well, let's run a few benchmarks and see how well this computer works. So first up, we'll run the Superscape VGA benchmark. Warning if you get dizzy watching spinny, floaty computers. We have a VGA Superscape benchmark of 85.8 frames per second. It's actually pretty good. And we've got Chris's 3D benchmark. Or as I call it, the floaty orb benchmark. Because it is a floaty orb. And I'm like, while I run benchmarks, I'm wanting to... searching, trying to remember that Western Digital model number someone said to search for. Was it a 21600? And let's see, eBay, computers, tablets, and networking. 150 results. Oh, would probably help if I put WD. There we go. All right. 22.1 frames per second for a floaty orb thingy. PC player benchmark. No eBay, that is not a vehicle part. I promise you that is a hard drive. I do not need to tell you what car I drive for you to search for a hard drive. Well, let's see here. We have a Caviar 21600. 162.50. That seems excessive. Have a... Ooh, here we go. This one's a bargain at $69.49. No. That's too much. $103.39 plus $44.79 shipping from Germany. That seems too much. Here we go. This is more my speed. As is Western Digital Caviar 21600. 1.6 gigabyte, 3.5 inch IDE hard drive, WDAC 21600-00H, $14.99 plus free shipping. 4 parts are not working. That let's see here. As is, untested, no returns or exchanges for as is listings taken from an old computer that has not been used in a very, very long time. Refer to the photos. I can't guarantee the item's functionality will ship quickly. Yeah! Now you all know why I have so much trouble buying things from eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. Because I buy the cheap ones. Alright, we got a PC player bench score of 9.6. Hey, Will. But now I want to know what car you drive. I drive a Subaru. Ooh, I can buy the board for that drive for $12.50 plus $9.50 shipping. No. Here we go. Here's one that they've scraped part of the label off. That seems kind of weird. Well, why would they scrape part of the label off the drive? Okay. It's $35. It's got part of the label scraped off. That seems suspicious. No. I'm not going to add that to my watch list because I'm not sure that's actually the right thing. No, it's a Forester. I drive a Forester. Alright, we'll try the Doom benchmark. It's a Subaru Forester. Yeah, everyone's guessing the Subaru's everything but the Forester I own. And now you all will probably guess the colors, and you probably won't... Well, someone might guess the color. Jeremy can't guess because he's seen my car. Yeah, Forester, same thing. Actually, Joe, in the townhouse I owned before this house, there was an important difference, although I bought the Forester before the townhouse. The Forester fit in the garage, and Outback would have not. The Outback is like... would have been just... too long. Yeah. 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 I just have a base model Forester. All right, we got 2134 game ticks and 1265 real ticks. I don't know what that is, but that's really fast. And it ran Doom like a champ. We're just going to run Quake. And in 640 by 480. While I continue to see if there's any other Caviar 21600s on eBay. Alright, here's one. It's $14.99 plus $11.35 shipping. The warranty sticker on the side's kind of worn, but I think that's just wear from installing the drive. It doesn't look like it's actually been removed. Okay, I might risk that one. $97.10. Nope. $86.90. Nope. $96.85. Nope. $86.90. Nope. Those look like the same two listings duplicated. $88.60. Nope. Here's a couple people selling the PCB only for that Western Digital 21600 drive for $65. Nope. Nope. Okay, well there's $34.99. At least the label's not scratched off. I think I may risk the two that are at $14.99. That seems about my speed of eBay buying. Oh no, not body rot. Oh. Yeah, Joe, that is one good thing about being in Virginia is we're far enough south they don't need to use near as much salt. Alright, so on a 90 megahertz AMD K5, 19.7 frames per second. I do know that if I had the Intel, which actually I'm almost tempted to go grab an Intel that's close enough to 90, and we might see how good of a decision I made processor-wise. Alright, well, I guess we'll run landmark speed test while I, Will Jr. says, I just wanted to imagine Justin rocking up to vintage computing meetups, sideways in his WRX and perfectly into a car park. Gutbomb says, so you're saying I should wait to buy my Miata until after you're down here? Yes, you probably should. Jeremy says, Texas uses sand instead of salt. Yeah. Gutbomb says, all the Miatas up here are rust buckets. Yep. Now, if you do get your Miata, though, Gutbomb, I do know someone that does repair the radios in them. It would be Brandon Bishop. Woohoo! This computer performs like a 132 megahertz AT with a 765 megahertz 8287. That makes no sense. CPU clock 623 megahertz. Video ATI. Landmark system speed test doesn't even know what I have. Okay. We'll run speed sys. Ha! Yeah, Jeremy says, I wouldn't mind the engine and manual transmission from one of those rust bucket Miatas. Yeah, that winter salt up in the north can be quite brutal on cars. I was about to say computers, and I guess if you put wheels on your computer and drove them around on the roads, yes, the salt would be really rough on your computers, too. Gutbomb says, I think you should change your coffee fund to get a WRX. I can get one of the older wagons ones. Yeah. Alright, so as much as I don't need to buy one hard drive on eBay, I just bought one hard drive on eBay. And because I am feeling especially like I want to kind of get punished. And let's see here. Go to checkout. And Ian said 50-50 odds. So two Western Digital Caviar 21600s. Why buy one when you can buy two for twice the price? One of those better work. Oh, wait. What's the fun in that? Gutbomb says, I hate how SUVs took over the wagon space. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll have to look and see what one of those WRX wagons would cost. That would be pretty cool of rocking to VCF East in a WRX. Actually, at some point, my coffee fund will be to go to VCF East because I want to be an exhibitor at VCF East. All right. So landmark speed. Wait a minute. This isn't landmark. Whatever program this is, I've already forgotten. You can see the scores on screen. It at least sees the video as a S3 Verge. I got 4 megabytes of memory on the card. Sees the chipset, it sees the main board, sees the BIOS version. That's pretty cool. 16 megabytes. It even sees the processor. It knows how to tell it. That's pretty cool. Hey! There we go. Haha! Thank you to Gutbomb. Says buy a WRX. Yeah. Well, I'm a little itty bitty bit of the way there. All right. Oh, that was speed sys. All right. Okay, we've run benchmarks. All right. So, since installing Windows 95 is a bust, no thanks to my Z420 workstation, that may or may not be serving as my streaming computer on Thursday, depending on what hardware I scrounge up in the house. I'm going to go grab a Pentium processor that is at least that I can run at 90 megahertz, and we'll see just how well I would have done if I went Intel instead of AMD. I suspect the Intel is going to perform better in some of those benchmarks, but let's see. I think I've got a Pentium 100, which I can configure. I can configure it to run at 90 megahertz on this board. So, all right, let me go grab the Pentium 100. Here it is. And now Gut Bomb probably now knows why I wanted a Pentium 90. Because while I am building this system to be historically accurate to my original build, I am not opposed to, though, seeing on... Yep, Jeremy, yeah, it was in the IBM you left with me. I will eventually give it its processor back, but I am not opposed, though, to seeing just how well I might have done, so we will slip in a Intel processor here. But just so everyone can see, this is actually the AMD K5 PR90. I didn't cheat. Gut Bomb says, well, a nice crunched one is on its way. Yeah, I never said it would be, that Pentium 90 you had would be easy. But then again, I also know that in Kennedy's famous speech that to go to the moon, that we choose to go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard, or something like that. Well, I choose to get a Pentium 90 from Gut Bomb, not because it is easy, but because it will be incredibly hard to get it working because it's got a lot of crunched pins. Let me do a quick BIOS reset here, because hold please while I find the reset CMOS jumper. I don't remember which one it is right offhand. Because apparently I closed the... I think I might have closed my browser window where I had the RetroWeb open. Oh, no, I did not, actually. It's over on my other monitor. There we go. Downloads, jumper manual. I think it's JP1. Yeah, here it is. All right, let me reset the CMOS real quick. There we go. I thought you would, yeah. Actually, usually I buy things on eBay, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Actually, because sometimes it's the only place I can get it. Ah! Well, this Pentium 100 processor is, Not happy. Oh, there we go. Oh, well, that might actually be... That might be why it wasn't happy. There we go. Pentium 90. It's a 100. It'll run at 90. Alright. I'll leave the clock. Auto, none. That's all fine. Yep. Okay. BIOS features. Enabled. Yep. AC. Actually... Compact flash card. Let me see here. Yep, that's all fine. Let's see. Chipset features. 60 nanosecond. Is that 60 nanosecond? DRAM might be... let's see here. I think that's all fine. Oh, that's right. This BIOS seems to have a bug in it. When you save the settings after changing the processor type, it well, that's weird. I know I set it to 90 megahertz. CPU name is Intel Pentium. CPU operating speed 90. Fine. User external clock 60 multiplier 1.5. Speed error hold enabled. All right. Yep, and there's the bug in the BIOS where it you save the settings and then it locks. I think it's the BIOS. I don't think it's the board. Maybe I'm just not waiting long enough for the board to actually post. Quite honestly, it... Or maybe it doesn't... Or there could be something wrong with this processor. Ooh, a Pentium 200 MMX on eBay with one of the cool Micron... Okay, fine, whatever. It says it's 100 megahertz. Despite the fact I'm trying to set it for 90. Alright, let me run... sysinfo. And let's see here. Pentium 100. Okay. Sysinfo. Oh, hardware info. Okay, apparently my attempts to run this processor at 90 megahertz are failing somehow. The odd thing is, this board is completely ignoring my attempts to set it to 90 megahertz. These benchmarks get an asterisk, yeah. Apparently, this board somehow knows that Also, sysinfo locked up. There may be something wrong with this processor. Alright, well, let's run the benchmarks. Unfortunately, they get an asterisk because it's... the processor's not running at 90 megahertz. 93.3. I think it was like 86. So yeah, that's like... I don't think that's all attributable from going from AMD to Intel. I suspect the faster clock is help that. Sloopy says, of course there's something wrong with it. It's an x86. Yeah. No, I mean, this board doesn't seem to be running very stable with it. Granted, I've tried to configure it for something it's not, and this board seems to be seeing right through that. Maybe I should try configuring it for what it is, and maybe 37.8, that's 22.7 frames per second. Okay, well that I don't think that score improved much. I don't remember what it was. I should have written it down. So I guess I'll have to pan back in the live stream at some point and see what it was, but... Well, at some point I'll have a 90 megahertz Pentium, so I can actually do a fair apples-to-apples comparison. Assuming the board likes... 10.4. Actually, in this benchmark, that's actually a pretty significant increase. I think it was like 9 point something. Because that benchmark's hard for anything. Alright, well, let's run Doom. Faster PCs. This one, I think, was like 1264 real ticks or something like that. This one, I don't think Doom really uses the math coprocessor. So I'm not really expecting this to be that much faster, because I think at some point it's like this game just can't run faster. $21.34 game ticks and $15.06 real ticks. Okay, that's interesting. I am fairly sure that score is actually lower than the AMD. Interesting. Okay, well, let's try Quake. Now, Quake does use the floating point unit from my understanding, so this might actually see a more significant increase, because Intel's floating point unit was better than AMD's in the Pentium range. It took AMD a while to catch up with Intel's floating point units. Although, I think in reality, I'm not sure AMD is like... I think Intel's always had a slight lead, but AMD's gotten really close with some of their other processors. Alright, so 26.5 frames per second. Oh, Jeremy, I think the AMD processor scored like a 1236 real ticks. So I think the AMD beat the Intel. I think the Intel did beat the AMD in Quake, but actually not as much as I thought it would. So, because I thought the AMD was like 24 frames a second. I should have written them down. Alright. I guess we can run Landmark, even though it's going to give us a silly number. Interesting. 104 megahertz AT with 169 megahertz 8287. Oh! It's cutting off numbers. That's why those numbers look so weird. There we go. It sees this processor as a 145 megahertz 486DX. Okay, that's just... Okay. Yeah, landmark speed sys doesn't really give you much for Pentiums. Alright, we'll run the... this one here. And this benchmark is probably going to see this as a... Yeah, 100 megahertz. Yep. Yeah, this is... Okay, so this motherboard's running this processor at 100 megahertz. So... Yeah. Definitely an asterisk, because... I tried manually setting this board, and apparently it's outsmarting me. In reality, I mean, is this like a great board? I don't know that it really was a great board. I could probably get more accurate results if I pulled out a... I've got a... I think I've got a board that you set the multiplier and clock speed by jumpers. But it's got a much newer chipset. Alright. So there we go. That's with the Pentium 100. Interestingly enough, actually, maybe I didn't make as bad of a mistake getting an AMD processor as I thought I might have. Because honestly, it seems like this AMD processor for a lot of things is maybe working just as well. Because the thing is, did I play Doom or Quake back in high school? No. Those games weren't allowed in the house, so... With this AMD processor, I was probably blissfully unaware that the Mathco processor wasn't as good as Intel's. I'm pretty sure I probably had Chex Quest on the computer, though. Might have had the Need for Speed on it as well. I mean, I also, I did homework on the computer, so I also had, like, Office... Pretty sure I had Office 97 and, some productivity apps. And this AMD processor was probably totally fine there. I probably wouldn't have noticed. Honestly, I think back in high school I was probably more of a book nerd. I mean, after all, if you looked at the photos of my computer, there was a whole stack of library books under the printer. Alright, AMD K5 PR90. Actually, let me load the setup defaults here and make sure that I've got... Alright, AMD PR90. Let's see, I'm not going to bother with the date. Enabled. AC SCSI. Actually, swap floppy drive. Let's see here. I'm not actually sure I had many games on my computer in high school because I had a lot of math and science homework, especially. So I may very well have not had many games on the computer. Okay. Also, I know this setup seemingly says there's an onboard USB controller, but I don't know that this board actually has onboard USB. Because I see a mouse header, but I do not see a USB header. I think a bit had one... I think they had one generic BIOS for multiple motherboards. Ah, now I think I see the problem. Maybe this board is like not as... Because actually with the AMD processor, I don't have trouble with going into setup on this computer. But with this Intel Pentium 100, it like locks up when you save settings. I'm actually not sure it's this processor. I think it might be this board. Maybe this a bit board really was like not favoring Intel processors, if that makes sense, even though it's an Intel chipset. Alright, I'm going to run the Doom benchmark again. Actually, our high school, at least the first couple years, because I went to the governor's school for math and science. So actually, the computers at the governor's school were kind of old until my senior year of high school, when they finally got new PC computers that were really awful. That's actually why I... Yep, sure enough, this AMD 90 Doom was... Oh, I forgot to go to screen share. Oh, not screen share, screen capture. 2134 game ticks and 1267 real ticks. So this AMD processor is running Doom faster than this Intel processor. Sloopy Malibu says, a bit flaky? Yeah. I sure thought this Intel processor would have been faster than the AMD, but sure enough, at least for Doom, the AMD's faster. Interesting. Yeah, Sloopy says, when I went to high school, they just got a whole lab of new computers. Yeah, the reason why I registered my first domain name on a Mac 2CI was, well, at the time the governor's school had all the old 68K Macs in the classrooms. So yeah, they updated the computer lab first, and I think the classrooms got like a new computer or two, but largely they still had a lot of the old computers in the classrooms just because it let them have more computers for everyone to use. And in a lot of ways, what we did at the governor's school running on those old Macs was totally fine, because a lot of times we were just writing a lab report. And word processing, I mean, you're typing a lab report in a word processor. Does it really matter if you're doing it under Windows or Mac, because they both have word processors? No, not really. And in fact, in some cases, they had all the interfaces to connect our calculators to the Macs. So, I mean, we could still do that on the Mac or the PC. So, I mean, for a lot of those things, okay, so they still had the old computers in the classrooms, but we could still write our lab reports. We could still get data off our calculators. So, okay, so in Quake, though, the Intel processor was about 33% faster, asterisk, because it was running at 190 megahertz. So, Yeah, I remember at the governor's school, the so at the governor's school, the when I first started there, the computer lab was full of Mac SEs. It's like all the computers in the main computer lab were Mac SEs. So that's kind of why I hold them special. It was a whole lab, and they were compact Macs, and they were really cool. Yeah, they were old, but again, a lot of times what we did in the computer lab was they're totally fine to run on a Mac SE. So, and the classrooms had a mixture of Mac 2CIs and SIs and some CXs, and I mean, there were some Power Macs sprinkled around too, so it wasn't all just like the old 68K Macs. They had some Power Macs sprinkled around and whatnot. But yeah, but then I guess our senior year, the school system had finally, I guess, signed a contract to get, I want to say, compact computers. I don't think they were HPs. I think they were compacts. They weren't really good compacts either. They were like, maybe, I want to say they might have been Pentium 2 233s. Or they might have just been Pentium 233s. But they really weren't that great of a PC. Although, honestly, I don't know that the school system got enough RAM in them. That might have been part of the problem. Because I think they were running Windows, quite possibly running Windows 98. And they might have only had like 8 megs of RAM. Or maybe 16. I don't think they had enough RAM. And that might have been the whole problem. But I remember taking a Java class. They had those new PCs, and I wrote a Java program that was drawing things to the screen like a screensaver, and it would crash the web browser in like 30 seconds. Yeah, the computers probably didn't have enough RAM, although that would have been a really early Java virtual machine. It's also possible that I was going to crash it no matter how much RAM. So, Gutbomb says, Macs were released when I was in kindergarten. I guess they would have already been released by the time I started kindergarten. I didn't see a computer in the school until I was in 4th grade. When I was in kindergarten, I remembered the Mimeo machine. A teacher would realize that, oh, I need to go copy something, and the whole class would follow her to the Mimeo machine, and yep, she'd put in the master copy in the machine, and it would rotate out the purple-colored printouts, and I'm sure that ink was really good for everyone, but... And sarcasm! I'm sure that ink was, like, really horribly awful. But, yeah. Yep. I somewhat remember the Mimeo machine, but I don't remember any computers in that elementary school. Yeah, it was 4th grade before I saw a computer, and that was the 2GS. Yep, Sloopy says, sniff. Ah, yes. Yep. Snoopy remembers the smell. I somewhat remember it, too. I'm sure that smell was, like, really good for you. Not. But, yeah. All right, so... got the Apple IIgs. We played Oregon Trail. I somehow made it to Oregon with some of my party. My apologies to my party members that did not make it. I then unboxed the 2CI logic board that needs some work. But I really wanted to reveal my detective sleuthing on my first PC. So that's why I pulled it out. I do wish my streaming computer had cooperated a bit more, because I was really hoping to get Windows 95 installed on the computer. But, well, alas, my streaming computer decided that it was tired of mounting drives for the evening. I guess I should at least be glad that it didn't completely blue screen or do something silly like that. But yeah, alas, this Mac Store drive, like the one that I first bought, that actually within the first year of having my first Mac Store like this, I had to RMA it to Mac Store under warranty. I don't remember how long I had it in total, but at some point, I think before going to college, I upgraded to a slightly larger hard drive because 1.6 gigabytes isn't that great. I don't know how much longer that drive lasted. In fact, it's quite possible this drive is the one I sold back then, and it could have been dead a long time. But yeah. But through the magic of eBay and buying two, I've got two Caviar, Western Digital Caviar 1.6 gigabyte hard drives on order so that I can at least put a spinning hard drive in this computer for the memories. And yeah, hopefully one of them will work. In fact, they might both work. Western Digital Caviars are quite resilient. Backup plan will be I'll use the, wherever I put it on my bench, the 3.2 gigabyte one that also just worked. So yeah, this computer, I figured out what video card I had, the sound card, radio card. I got a lead on getting a modem just to put one in for the memories. I can always put a PCI network card in. The processor works great, 16 megs of RAM. Might be a bit low for Windows 95, but I think that sounds about right for what I would have had for Windows 95. Yeah, Gutbomb says, yeah, those blue copies did smell great. The one I remember in elementary school was purple, but yeah, purpley blue. I don't know. But yeah, the board seems to work great with the AMD processor. Not so great with this Pentium 100. I don't know if that's just quirks of this board or if this Pentium 100 is marginal. So it's quite possible I will be getting another Pentium 100 for that IBM if it's this processor. Yes, Jeremy, that IBM will be on a stream at some point. Probably, but if not before, I think the IBM computer will come out to play in December. It only feels right. This computer will probably come out to play in December too, if not sooner as well. But yeah, I think it's great. I got the start to a computer like the one I had. I do have a case to put this in. It is... Okay, Jeremy's remembering Violet in elementary school. Yeah, Sloopy says they were all gone by 1990, yeah. I do have a case. It needs... I do need to work on it. It's not the exact case. Yeah, Gutbomb says there's a 90 and a 100 in the package from him. Yes. So if I do need to swap the 100 in the IBM for the 100, then I'm good. I guess as a teaser, I have not been able to find the exact case that I had, because the case that I had was so cheap, it's possible that many of them have self-destructed over the years. But I did, on eBay, buy a case that I think is the same size, because I wanted to remember the computer for the impractical size that it was. So if you'll notice, this case does have the 3 5¼ inch drive bays. The front of this one is wonky. I think it might have gotten broken in shipping, but the one that's on the other case half is fine, so I should be able to get a front panel on it. But yeah, I had bought one of these like mid-tower cases, and it was really an impractical height. But at least it does have a LCD display for the speed, and it's the same height, so at least until I can find a matching case, this will be good enough. But yeah, so I do have a case to put the computer in. Yes, it does say Keytron. Kehtron. And that case badge still has the peel on it. Joe might know where Vandalia, Ohio is, because I don't. I'm sure Joe will also probably correct my pronunciation if I got it wrong. But But yeah, that's a Catron computer. But anyways, Jeremy says, I have almost the exact case that was my second PC named Lupe, but the cover's missing. The rest of it's present though. Oh, Gutbomb says, you better put a 5 1/4 inch floppy in it. On the way. What I didn't go over during my sleuthing is I actually figured out what model floppy drive that was based on its front panel. It is a Panasonic floppy drive. So even though I didn't use any 5 1/4 inch floppy disks on that computer, I'm putting one in the computer. So yes, I've got one on the way. I bought it on Mercari. So hopefully it'll work. Although, then again, if it doesn't work, it might be just as appropriate. But yeah, I've got one on the way. It will get a 5 1/4 inch drive. It's going to get a CD-ROM drive. If I can manage it, an exact CD-ROM drive. If not, maybe a 16-speed CD-ROM drive to match speed. And barring that, because obviously one of the 16-speed CD-ROM drives I bought doesn't work, I'll try to fix it at some point. Barring that, I will get as close to speed as I can until I can get one that matches speed or matches brand. So, Sloopy says his last new PC was bought from them. Oh. Yeah, Panasonic made floppy drives, believe it or not. I'm pretty sure it was Panasonic. Well, I'll see what brand it is when it comes in. I was matching by appearance. So anyways, yes. So tonight's Carnage, 3 hard drives and 1 CD-ROM drive. And a DVD-ROM drive that won't boot in this computer, but the drive's probably fine. It just probably doesn't boot in this computer. And I guess green meanies on a 2CI logic board, but that really doesn't count. Oh, you know, no one actually guessed what sci-fi show Green Meanies comes from, and that's Space Above and Beyond. So now you go. If you've been watching all this time and are wondering where my reference of Green Meanies comes from, it's the sci-fi show Space Above and Beyond that Fox killed after 1 season back in, I think, the late 90s. I have that on DVD. It is quite an awesome show, but it seems like back then Fox was killing sci-fi shows after 1 season. Space Above and Beyond. Firefly. Need I say more? Yeah. Oh, hey, Thomas. I'm glad you could join just for me about to end the stream. Oh, yeah, and I guess the other carnage would be my streaming computer acting up, and I'll probably end up replacing it sooner rather than later. Yay. Sloopy's asking, where did the blue meanies come from? Well, that I don't know. I only know where the green meanies come from. So, anyways, I'm glad I could share with did the computer work? The Apple IIgs worked. I even played Oregon Trail on it for good time's sake. I did make it with a few members of my party. Not everyone, though. The PC does work. I'm still trying to get some of the components, but at least the sound... Well, I haven't tested the sound... Well, actually, I might have tested the sound card at Chris's house. I don't remember. But anyways, VIC-20 game Outer Space. The video card works, the motherboard works, the RAM works. The hard drive didn't work. And, yeah, the hard drive didn't work, and so did 2 other drives I pulled just to see if I could get something working. Oh, wait. I'm miscounting drives. Oh, no, it was just 1 other drive. I forgot. The Caviar that worked was actually sitting on top of the DVD-ROM drive that works. So, yeah. Hopefully, though, I'll get a 1.6 gig hard drive soon, because while streaming, I bought 2 on eBay. Because why buy one when you can buy two at twice the price? Especially when one of them is free shipping and, well... yeah. Yes, when that comes in, I will unbox it live on stream, because I'm fully expecting that hard drive with free shipping is going to be slapped into a flat rate envelope or something like that and just mailed to me. So, yes, when that one comes in, I'm opening it live on stream so we can all see how badly it was packaged. There you go. The second one was because it actually looked like the seller might actually package it okay. That, and, well, a second one is also handy. 1.6 gigabytes is good for older computers. So, anyways, thank you for joining me in this live stream. I would like to remind you to smash that like button if you appreciate my sleuthing of my old, blurry, out of focus, overexposed 35mm point-and-shoot camera photos, because this was before digital cameras were even a thing I thought you could get. Leave a comment if you have an idea of what something was in that computer that I haven't yet drawn a conclusion about. Maybe you remember what model case that was. Maybe you recognize that modem more than I realize. Maybe you think I made a mistake on identifying a component. Leave a comment. I will take feedback, and it might help me find those last few components. Smash the like button. Subscribe and turn on notifications if you want to find out more about this computer and my overall impressions of looking back on my first computer. How well did I actually do? And hopefully, just hopefully, this computer will last longer before it dies an untimely death. Because, after all, my first computer... that's right. I probably didn't sell the hard drive that was in that computer. That's right. I forgot. That was the computer that got lightning damaged. So, I think that Maxtor drive got disposed of because the computer, if anyone's wondering how in the world I knew it was lightning damaged, well, let's just say that it was on when that lightning struck, and I mean, I saw the lightning strike out of the corner of my eye, so I don't know exactly where it struck on the street, but it was somewhere in direct line of sight out my window, and it was close. And the computer then slowly started to have... At first, it was like subtle things going wrong, but within like a couple days, it had like serious things going wrong. I mean, it was just like progressively things were failing on it left and right. So the PC got a surge, and I think, I don't know what it killed outright. Quite honestly, I suspect the modem died outright. And I don't necessarily know that I connected and knew right away that the modem was dead. Because, I mean, dial-up internet, I wasn't on it all the time. But yeah, it like progressively got, over the course of just a few days, it got worse and worse and worse until I think at some point it got to the point where I couldn't even get Windows 95 to reinstall. It was that bad. So anyway, yeah, it was a surge. I do remember though from when it happened, the best theory my boss at the computer shop said, you know, it probably, considering that nothing else in the house really got damaged, it probably came in through the phone line. And I do know that of the phones we had in the house, some of them were like old rotary phones, because we still had rotary phones in the house. So they probably survived, but that computer would have been plugged in, and he thinks it probably came in through the phone line, because if it had come in through the power line, there would have probably been more things in the house that got damaged. But of things that were plugged into the phone line at the time, it would have been my computer and the phone. Probably, I guess, like 2 phones in the house. My computer, because actually, I'm not sure the family computer was plugged into the internet at the time. I think it might have just been my computer because I was far enough along in high school that I was doing research papers. So I think that might be why the family computer didn't really get damaged, just because it might have not been plugged into the phone line. So, yeah. But anyways, yeah, that's what happened to my first computer. So I guess this is my chance to look back, see if I did a good job. I've had fun trying to figure out what components I got. I'm hoping that I will do the case some justice and at least get the case to a presentable status. I'm even going to try to retro-bright it. I'm looking to see if I can cheaply build like a vapor bright station so that I could do it indoors. Because actually, quite honestly, I've been pondering all the methods of retro-brighting, and I'm kind of liking the non-immersion process of giving it a try, because it seems like something I can do any time of the year, because it would be something I could put in the basement, have UV light, set it up, even get a little heat pad to keep it warm, and I don't have to worry about the fact that you don't get a lot of sun in the winter in Virginia. So it's like, anyways, I think I'll do that, because the case really needs retro-brighted, and some of the drive bezels probably will too, because I kind of would like it to look like it's new too, at least to start off. But anyways, yeah, we'll have more fun with that. The Apple IIgs will definitely come out to play again. The 2CI, I will have a stream soon where I'll actually try to get that up and running, because, well, come December, my first domain name will be 1 year older. So even if I missed the 23rd anniversary year of my domain, which was a prime number, maybe I can get a 2CI working for the 25th anniversary. We'll see. Anyways, I think now that it is past midnight, it is about time for me to get my mouse cursor to where I currently have it on the screen. I'd like to wish everyone a great rest of your day. Thank you for joining. Take care. I hope to see you next time, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.